Chapter 75. Exaggerated Limit Lifespan. Guin takes a disciple. Once his cultivation level was completely stabilized, Guin closed a lifespan barrier. This time, the lifespan barrier consumed over 8,000 years. At this rate, activating the lifespan barrier would sooner or later become a huge expenditure. He still needed to work hard to earn more lifespan. Although he appeared wealthy now, if he wanted to make a comprehensive improvement, the lifespan would not be enough. Guin stood up, stretched lazily, and then touched his chest. The unification realm seemed like a transition, unlike the previous stages that had phases, but this transition was a great test of his cultivation accumulation. Guin could feel that the next realm was related to the heart, and the thing condensing on his heart was a sign. It was just that he couldn't determine what it specifically would be for now. He began to move forward. It was still the infinite, traceless, mystic heaven step, and he moved continuously, covering hundreds of miles with each step. Meanwhile, he spread out his divine sense, carefully feeling the differences in the 9 layers of the unification realm. Suddenly, Guin stopped walking, his eyes turned in one direction, and his brows furrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but still moved towards that direction. By a small river in the mountains, a boy covered in blood and mud stood in front of a mountain wall. He held a large stone in his hand, and behind him stood a girl in a similar state of disarray, looking at the front in terror. On the opposite side of the river, a 2-tall wolf demon emerged from the forest. It walked upright, its deep black fur glistening. Despite the morning light, its eyes shone with a terrifying gleam. The wolf demon opened its mouth, exhaling a thick breath while staring fixedly at the two in front. The boy trembled in fear, but still bravely took a step forward. Neither of them noticed a figure appearing on the mountaintop behind them. It was Guin, and had temporarily changed into a white robe and wore a specially made mask. This was something he crafted in his spare time, containing restrictions to isolate divine sense probing. The breeze blew Guin's robe as he looked at the two people below, casting a lifespan detection upon them. Guin, non-ranked 12/99/9999. Little Flower, non-ranked 12/78/230, a lifespan limit of 9,999 years? Guin doubted his eyes. This broke Ji Xiaoyu's record among the human race. Could it be that this boy also had a primordial Taoist talisman within him? At that moment, the wolf demon suddenly pounced on the boy named Guin. Guin waved his hand, and a beam of sword chi fell between the wolf demon and Guin. Stones flew and water splashed, terrifying the wolf demon into immediate retreat, turning around and fleeing. Dust blew in their faces, causing Guin to shut his eyes and cough. When the dust settled, he opened his eyes wide to see a half-zhang wide, 100-zhang long crack by the riverbank, as if slashed by a giant sword. Footsteps came from the side, frightening Guin into a shudder. He turned around quickly and saw Guin. Although Guin appeared human, the mask he wore led Guin to retain his grip on the stone. "Are you a human or a demon?" Guin cautiously asked, his voice weak and still trembling. Guin spoke, "Naturally human. Otherwise, why would I save you?" He changed his voice to sound old and weary, as if in his 40s or 50s. Upon hearing this, Guin let out a sigh of relief, but did not put down the stone, making Guin's eyes flash with admiration. "Where is your home? I will take you back." Guin continued. Guin fell silent immediately upon hearing this. At this moment, Little Flower behind him suddenly burst into tears. "My parents were eaten by the demon," she said intermittently, sobbing. Her emotional outburst made Guin's eyes turn red as well. Then Guin recounted their experiences. A group of demons attacked their village, devouring all the adults and taking the children to this area. They saw their companions turned into soup every day. Last night, it was supposed to be their turn, but the mountains suddenly shook and the demon guards ran out. At dawn, they escaped the cave, but found no trace of the demons and started fleeing. Not long after, they were targeted by the wolf demon on its way. Guin listened in silence. It was his first true encounter with the hardships of the mortal world. He was born in the G family, never experiencing the threat of demons, and later went to the Supreme Sect, smoothly advancing by seizing lifespan. Compared to him, these two children had it incredibly tough. Guin felt a sense of compassion, but Gooden's exaggerated lifespan prevented him from taking them back. Such an extreme lifespan, if they pursued immortal cultivation, would definitely bring endless troubles. Guin even suspected that Gooden possessed a great fortune. Thus, his entire family perished, except for him. Just as he was about to be eaten, Guin broke through this area. Just as the wolf demon was about to catch him, Guin saved him. All these coincidences coming together meant it was no coincidence. A child of fate? Seeing that these two were already orphans with no kin to rely on, Guin couldn't bear it. After thinking it over, Guin decided to first take them to a safe place. He appeared behind Gooden in a single step, picked him up, then went to Little Flower and lifted her as well, moving quickly. Frightened by his movement technique, they stopped crying and stiffened. After 10 breaths of time, in a forest, Guin stopped and gently placed them on the ground. He took out a bottle of elixir from his storage bag and poured half into each of their mouths. The sudden feeding made them choke, but as the elixir went down their throats, they felt a warm flow spreading through their meridians, which was a wonderful sensation. They opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Guin then sat down cross-legged before them and asked, "Do you want to cultivate immortality?" He dared not take Gooden back directly, but could teach them the cultivation method and let them someday join the Supreme Sect on their own, keeping it unrelated to him. He intended to send the Supreme Sect a top-tier genius, compensating for multiple offenses of drawing spiritual energy over the years. "Are you an immortal?" Gooden exclaimed, his face full of excitement. "I am not. I am merely striving to be an immortal. Since you have nowhere to go now, I shall teach you the cultivation method. In the future, you can join the Supreme Sect, finding a home there." Guin replied, still using the altered voice to avoid being recognized later at the Supreme Sect. Gooden nodded eagerly, even kowtowing to Guin, calling him master. He turned to the dazed Little Flower, pressing her head downward. "Call him master." Little Flower instinctively called, "Master." Guin initially wanted to refuse, but seeing their hopeful faces, he couldn't. Damned! Was this the effect of great fortune? Guin felt it wasn't his compassion, but Gooden's fortune influencing him. Immortal cultivation emphasized fortune and karma, trusting in those intangible existences. "Fine, now I will teach you the mental method formula. Listen carefully and remember it well," Guin said seriously. The two immediately sat upright, focused on him, fearing he would get angry. Guin passed on his yang, would primordial skill to them. He wasn't afraid Gooden would fully comprehend it. Even with 1,000,000 years of lifespan, continuous improvement would be necessary. Honestly, he also wanted to see how far Gooden could develop the yang, would primordial skill. So far, he wasn't sure what tier his cultivation techniques and ultimate skills ranked within the immortal cultivation world. Time flew by quickly. Guin spent half a day teaching, mainly to Little Flower. He taught the first layer of the mental method. Gooden memorized it after hearing it once. The extreme lifespan indeed didn't lie. Guin let Gooden go to the side and cultivate while he instructed Little Flower alone. "Master, I feel something inside my body. Is it spiritual power?" By afternoon, as Little Flower pondered carefully, Gooden suddenly shouted in excitement nearby. Little Flower, hearing this, opened her eyes wide in disbelief, followed by a look of gloom. Guin calmly said, "Don't make a fuss. Where are your manners? Do you want to attract demons?" Gooden quickly shut his mouth. As night approached, Little Flower finally memorized the first layer of the yang, with primordial skills, mental method. Another night passed. Gooden had already fully embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, while Little Flower had yet to cultivate any spiritual power. Typically, with a 5-spirit root qualification, it took a month to cultivate spiritual power, so Gooden wasn't disappointed with Little Flower. At dawn, Gooden prepared to leave. "Gooden, I am going out. I will return by evening. Take good care of your junior sister." Guin instructed. Gooden opened his eyes and quickly stood up, nervously asking, Master, will you really come back? Don't leave us. I promise not to shout anymore. Little Flower also opened her eyes upon hearing this, stood up, and rushed over, holding Guin's waist to prevent him from leaving. Guin found it amusing but maintained a stern tone. I am going to slay demons. Do you want to burden your master by coming along? Hearing this, Little Flower immediately let go. Gooden's eyes darted, and he said, Master, we are also cultivating immortality now. How about giving us new names? He believed that having new names was significant, and being named by their master would strengthen the relationship. Guin hesitated for a moment. He raised his right hand, pointing his finger towards the ground, inscribing words with sword chi. Gooden quickly ran over to watch by his side. Although from a mountain village, a teacher there had taught them, so he could barely recognize the words. After Guin finished writing, Gooden couldn't help asking, And what? Master, what's the last word? Your name isn't How. How means sky. Hoping you could become the sky for your junior sister and pave your own path to the heavens. As for Little Flower, her name is now an Xin. I hope she can live in peace and be content with what she has. Guin said calmly and disappeared in a thin air after speaking. Renamed in How, Gooden looked up, already unable to see Guin's figure. He immediately squatted down, gazing at his new name, muttering, and how he seemed intent on remembering the word how. An Xin squatted beside him, accompanying him and looking at the words on the ground. On the other side, Guin hurried towards the Supreme Sect. When he returned to Mystic Valley, Wuxin was still leading disciples in training. He walked from the valley entrance and saw many cultivators flying across the sky. Evidently, the disturbance the previous night had alerted the Supreme Sect. Chapter 76. The World Watches. What is a sword cultivator? Seeing Guin walk towards the valley entrance, Wuxin quickly ran over. Lu Jujiao was also practicing with the servant disciples. Now, he was Wuxin's right-hand man. He merely looked at Guin from a distance without approaching. Even though it had been several years since his return, Lu Jujia still did not dare face Gu, and whenever he could avoid seeing him, he would, because he felt he had let Guin down. Guin had given him so many elixirs, yet he had strayed onto the wrong path and ultimately became a cripple. Every time he thought about it now, he felt regret. He even felt that he deserved his fate. After all, he had indeed committed many wrongdoings in the Demon Extermination Hall and deserved the punishment. Guin did not specifically try to guide Lu Jujia. This allowed the young man to reflect and contemplate. Senior brother, last night there was another incident of spiritual energy descending. Although it wasn't as severe as the previous times, you still need to be careful when you go out. Wuxin came up to Guin and reminded him. Guin nodded and said, I felt it too, which is why I came back. How's the situation in the Medicine Valley? It wasn't affected. By the way, senior brother, are you going to watch the duel between the Mad Swordsman of Great Yu and Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Has Sword Venerable Fu Dao agreed to participate? No, but the rumors are rampant, and Sword Venerable Fu Dao should show up. As they chatted, they walked towards a pavilion. Currently, the Mystic Valley had recruited another batch of servant disciples. These disciples frequently looked at Guin as they practiced. They were very curious about the true master of the valley. It was said that every few years, an outer disciple would emerge from this Medicine Valley. How could they not look forward to it? After chatting with Wuxin for a few moments, Guin went upstairs. He planned to make some new clothes for an Hao and an Xin. An hour later, he went to the Third Medicine Valley to inspect his valley. The Third Medicine Valley was vast, and he had to personally check it to avoid any oversights. Even losing one medicinal herb would cost him his lifespan. The disciples in the Third Medicine Valley were also discussing the incident of spiritual energy descending last night. Various speculations were made, and Guin chatted with them briefly. It wasn't until dusk that Guin finally left. The sky was crimson, and the forest was dark. An house stood on a tree branch, gazing into the distance. Hoping to spot Guin below the tree, an Xin asked nervously, Will Master not come back? He will definitely come back. Master said he would. and he always keeps his word. And Hao said firmly, his tone resolute. In truth, he was unsure himself, but tried to appear confident. The thought of Master possibly not returning made him feel wronged and brought him to the verge of tears. But with an Xian below, he absolutely couldn't cry. His father had once told him that boys could cry, but never in front of girls. Suddenly, a hand fell on Zin's head, startling her into a scream as she instinctively jumped back. And Hao heard it and quickly turned around, only to see the figure he had been waiting for all day. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Master!" He jumped down and rushed towards Guin, hugging his waist just like an Xian had done that morning. Seeing that it was Guin, an Xian also became very excited and rushed over to hug him. Even though they've only known each other for 2 days, Guin had already become irreplaceable in their hearts. Guin placed a hand on each of their heads, gently pushing them away. He softly said, "Train diligently. If you don't train hard, I will leave you behind. If we excel in our training, will you stay?" And Hao asked. Guin took out 2 sets of clothes from his storage bag and said, "Didn't I tell you before? You will eventually go to the Supreme Sect. I want to be with you forever. Once you can protect yourselves, I will leave." Upon hearing this, and Hao's face fell immediately. And Xian bit her lip, her eyes turning red. Ignoring their emotions, Guin handed them the clothes and led them toward the river in the forest. An hour later, and Hao and an Xian had changed into their new clothes and tidied their hair. These two looked like a perfect pair of golden children in their new outfits, which was probably why that demon kept them for last, being reluctant to eat them. Guin decided to spend every night with them from then on, returning to the Supreme Sect during the day. The area within 1,000 miles had no presence of strong demons, only numerous villages and towns, so it was very safe for them to train here. And so, the days went by. A month passed in a flash. The outer gate city was crowded, and even the mountain areas outside the city gate were filled with cultivators in meditation. Many disciples from the other 7 outer gate cities, for inner gate cities, and the main city of the sect came to watch the battle, as well as disciples from other factions. The Supreme Sect did not prevent this from happening, causing the entire immortal cultivation world of the Taitsong dynasty to discuss the event. In front of the South City Gate, Han Ming stood proudly. He had his eyes closed, his sword box placed in front of him, and his hands resting on the top of the box, while the warm end-of-summer wind blew through his robes. Many cultivators stood on the city walls, watching him and discussing. I wonder if Sword Venerable Fudao will show up. I think it's better if he doesn't. If he does, his true identity will be exposed, causing endless trouble in the future. He will surely come. He is so powerful that even if his true identity is revealed, who could defeat him? It's said that Sword Venerable Fudao is actually the sect leader. He remains hidden to build another powerful force comparable to the sect leader within the Supreme Sect. I heard the Mad Swordsman of Great Yu has been surpassing the Divinity Transformation realm for years. If this fight truly takes place, it will be legendary. Zhuo Lin and his father, Jian, also stood on the city walls, looking down at Han Ming. Zhuo Lin's face was full of worry. He had already taken Han Ming as his master, so he naturally worried about his master's safety. Jiang Xiong and Huan Mo, who had a cultivation level of 9 layers of the Divinity Transformation realm, stood on top of a huge gourd, also discussing the upcoming battle. Yilan stood on the top of a tall building, gazing into the distance towards the South City Gate. The sky was blue, not a cloud in sight, while the mountains outside the city were rugged. There was no sight of Sword Venerable Fudao. Standing beside her were more than a dozen disciples of the law enforcement hall, all her subordinates, including Zhenqin. They were all very excited. 5 miles away, Shun Jun, wearing a black veil, stood on the top of a treasure pagoda, also watching the South City Gate, his eyes filled with anticipation. This duel between sword cultivators, which had been brewing for a month, had captured the attention of the entire Supreme Sect and even the immortal cultivation world. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, Han Ming remained patient, keeping his eyes closed. Meanwhile, 15,000 miles away, in a vast forest, Guin was instructing Enhao in sword practice. Enhao had reached the second layer of the energy cultivation realm in just 3 days of energy absorption and was now at the third layer. Today, Guin started teaching him the techniques of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword so that he could have combat skills. Meanwhile, an Xin was still cultivating, concentrating on gathering her first wisp of spiritual power. The difference in their talent was like a chasm. Guin only needed to demonstrate the moves once for how to remember them, making teaching him very easy. So this is what it's like to mentor a genius? No wonder the great cultivators favored geniuses. He was starting to favor Enhao too. While practicing the sword, Enhao asked curiously, "Master, what is the name of this sword technique?" He wielded a wooden sword, but even so, his sword strokes already produced a sharp wind. Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. You are the only one who has learned my sword technique. Do not disgrace it in the future. Guin said, given Enhao's talent, he would certainly be revered if he joined the Supreme Sect. Adding that he was the inheritor of Sword Venerable Fudeo's technique would make him even more extraordinary. In the future, the Supreme Sect would have to think twice about oppressing Enhao, considering whether it was worth going against Sword Venerable Fudao. Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword, Enhao murmured, his eyes shining. He could feel the brilliance of the sword technique. Every time he practiced the moves, he had new insights, which made him deeply captivated. The sound of the sword cutting through the wind echoed continuously in the forest. Guin stood to the side, watching quietly. The wooden mask covered his face, preventing Enhao from seeing his expression. In the distance, an Xin looked on with envy in her eyes. She also wanted to practice the sword. An hour later, Enhao unexpectedly produced sword chi. As he swung the sword chi grazed past Guin and struck the tree trunk behind him, leaving a fine sword mark. After producing sword chi, Enhao seemed to have opened his meridians, becoming faster and more fluid in his movements, swift as a startled swan. The spiritual energy in the forest began to converge towards him. Guin watched with a tense mind. What kind of monster is this? He felt he had created a significant upheaval. If he hadn't saved Enhao would have been devoured by that demon, and the world would be without such a prodigious talent. He started to feel sorry for the likes of Liya, Ji Xiaoyu, LV Xian, Zhou Tongyu, and other peerless talents. Sorry, the position of the world's #1 now belongs to my disciple. Guin himself wasn't interested in being the world's #1. Once attaining invincibility in the world, one might face enemies from heaven. He pursued the end of the immortal cultivation path, believing that there were more realms beyond this one. At noon, Guin said, "Stop now." Enhao immediately withdrew his sword upon hearing this. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, but his face was glowing with vitality, and his eyes were bright as torches. "Master, how did I do?" Enhao asked with a proud smile. At 12 years old, he was beginning to show confidence. Guin said, "You focus too much on the sword in your hand. Remember, the sword is not in your hand, but in your heart. Whatever your mind envisions, anything can become a sword. Go pick a leaf." Upon hearing this, Enhao scratched his head, then walked over to a tree. Guin motioned for an Xin to come over. Seeing this, an Xin smiled and quickly got up and ran over. "Shiner, you also pick a leaf," Guin said softly. An Xin immediately complied. A few seconds later, the two stood before Guin, curious about what he intended to do. Guin took the leaf from Enhao's hand first and said, "A true sword cultivator can demonstrate the power of a divine sword even with an ordinary leaf." He held the leaf between 2 fingers of his right hand and lightly swiped it toward the distance. The leaf flew out, and Enhao and an Xin followed it with their eyes. Boom! A strong wind erupted, messing up their hair. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The leaf suddenly burst forth with terrifying sword chi, shattering the forest in front of them and cutting through the air with unparalleled force, disappearing in an instant. A 10-foot-wide clearing appeared in the forest ahead. Dust was flying, and the scene was breathtaking. That direction, incidentally, was towards the outer gate of the Supreme Sect. Chapter 77-2 Leaves decide the outcome. Outside the Supreme Sect, in front of the South City Gate. Sword Venerable Fu Dao, if you do not show up within 30 minutes' time, then I will carve 2 more words on the heavenly repair platform. Han Ming's voice resounded, loud as rolling thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth for a long time. His words stirred the cultivators into a flurry of discussion. Although the disciples of the Supreme Sect frowned, they did not dare to curse him, as he had observed the formalities first. Having eagerly awaited for a month, the fact that Sword Venerable Fu Dao hadn't appeared left even the disciples of the Supreme Sect somewhat disappointed. Zhuo Lin on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. Though he felt Han Ming was no match for Sword Venerable Fu Dao, having spent a month together, he sincerely didn't wish for anything untoward to happen to Han Ming. Zhuo Yijian, on the other hand, looked into the distance, instinctively feeling that Sword Venerable Fu Dao would surely come. The commotion in the city grew louder. On the gourd magic artifact, Jiang Qian whispered, "Could it be that Sword Venerable Fu Dao is really the sect leader?" "It's possible," Hu Imo mused. Although Han Ming is not much stronger than Chu Xian, Sword Venerable Fu Dao would need to reveal his true form to defeat him, so he wouldn't dare show up. If Sword Venerable Fu Dao truly is the sect leader, it's going to be interesting, and it will be seen as a self-directed play. His expression was mocking, his tone laced with disdain. The gourd under their feet glowed faintly, a restraining force isolating them from the surrounding space. Jiang Xiong was about to speak more, but suddenly a powerful sword intent erupted from the South City Gate. Immediately following, an unimaginable force surged from the southern horizon. She jerked her head up, and Hu Mo beside her did the same. In front of the South City Gate, Han Ming lifted his sword box and stepped out 100 zhong. He planted the sword box in the ground, its base sinking into the soil. The sword box opened, and 2 treasure swords sprung out to the sides. His right hand pressed on the top of the sword box, his body bursting with vast sword intent, alarming all onlookers. Before most could track his movements, a streak of sword chi shot from the distant horizon, sweeping through forests and mountains, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, this streak of sword chi collided with Han Ming's vast sword intent. Han Ming's sword chi formed a blue light curtain, nearly 200 zhong high, immensely grand. However, when struck by the mysterious sword chi, his blue sword chi tore apart, seemingly shattered in an instant. He widened his eyes, looking up, his pupils reflecting a leaf. Boom! The leaf swept over his head, sending his black hair fluttering, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. Every cultivator on the city wall paled, Zhuo Yijian instinctively raising his arm to protect his son, barely discerning what lay within the sword chi. Another loud rumble, and the city wall shuddered but did not break. When the violent sword chi dispersed like a gale, a leaf was embedded in the wall, surrounded by spiderweb cracks. Han Ming steadied himself, advancing again, drawing 2 treasure swords from the sword box, looking up into the distance. The flying leaf passed, the gale roaring from the horizon as if to uproot everything in its path. Han Ming stood firm, his robes flapping backward, accentuating his robust physique. He fixed his gaze on the horizon, poised for battle. Cultivators from all directions, as well as those within the Supreme Sect, held their breath in anticipation. Sword Venerable Fu Dao had arrived. "Wow, Master, you're amazing. What swordsmanship is that? I want to learn." And Hao, after a brief moment of daze, jumped up in excitement. Guan picked up the leaf from Nzin's hand, startling her into looking up at him. "This is the swordsmanship I taught you earlier. Once you've mastered it, you too can be like me." However, true mastery of the sword path is about returning to simplicity, achieving overwhelming power without grand displays. Guan said softly, then tossed Nzin's leaf away. And Hao, in Nzin's eyes, followed the leaf as it floated 10 steps away, then suddenly accelerated like a streak of lightning. This time, the leaf didn't create the deafening display from earlier, appearing rather unremarkable. Only its speed was fast. And Hao chuckled. I like it when it's dramatic. It looks more impressive. Guan placed his hands on their shoulders, and they vanished into thin air. 15,000 miles away, in front of the South City Gate of the Supreme Sect's outer sect, Han Ming, holding two swords, stood in readiness. Silence reigns over the world. Everyone awaited the next move of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Suddenly, Han Ming's pupils contracted sharply, immediately releasing his swords and casting a spell. The remaining sword in the sword box unsheathed, and 3 swords circled around him. With a gesture of his right hand forward, the 3 treasure swords rose and charged forth. The 3 swords interwove and swirled, releasing terrible sword chi that transformed into 3 dragons of sword chi racing forward, uprooting trees along the way, raising dust, and shaking the earth and mountains. The cultivators in the sky were flung away by the spectacle. A glimmering light streaked from the horizon. It was a leaf shrouded in sword chi. It had come. Han Ming sharply focused on the leaf, which, though less oppressive than the previous one, felt even more dangerous to him. The leaf suddenly accelerated. Turning into a glimmering light, it pierced through Han Ming's sword chi, sending his 3 swords flying. Before they could settle, the leaf was already before Han Ming. So fast. Damn it! Han Ming was horrified, instinctively pushing out his palm. His robes erupted with a golden light, forming a golden bell shadow. Boom! The leaf shattered the golden bell shadow, piercing Han Ming's right shoulder. The powerful force left him unable to resist, dragging his body along, splitting the ground beneath him. Han Ming crashed into the city wall, shattering the wall behind him, but not bringing it down. The reason it didn't collapse wasn't due to the wall's sturdiness, but because Guan had controlled it deliberately. Han Ming was pinned against the wall, spitting blood, his head hung low as if dead. Master, Zwolin, atop the shaking wall, called out anxiously. Countless cultivators gasped. The mad swordsman of Great Yu had been defeated by Sword Venerable Fu Dao with just 2 leaves. How great was the gap? Flying Leaf, Sword Immortal. Sword Venerable Fu Dao is the Flying Leaf, Sword Immortal. A Supreme Sect disciple excitedly shouted. No need for him to spell it out. All spectators realized this. On the gourd magic artifact, Huamo opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Elon gazed at the remnants of sword chi in the sky, eyes full of envy. How advanced must one's cultivation be to wield such near-godlike power? Shunjun flew over the city wall, landed on the ground, and swiftly pulled out paper and penned a sketch Han Ming pinned against the wall. Under the blue sky, amidst the mountains, a small town sat by a large lake. If anyone asks, do not mention me. Just say you're children from this town. Gu An's voice transmitted, and Hao and an Xian landed, instinctively turning around, but Gun was already out of sight. At this moment, they stood in an alleyway, with moss-covered mud walls on both sides. As an Xian was about to speak, and Hao covered her mouth and said, Sister, let's go catch frogs. He gave an Xian a look, and when she nodded, he released his hand. Then they walked out of the alley one after another, drawn by the bustling street, smiles naturally spreading across their faces. After all, they were still children. On the other side, removing his mask, Guan donned a blue Taoist robe and stepped into an inn. Having a rare chance to come out, he intended to enjoy the mortal world sights. He went up to the 2nd floor of the inn, sat at a window-side table, ordered the inn's signature wine and dishes, then gazed out at the street below. Street vendors peddled their goods on both sides, with travelers passing by. Guan even sensed the aura of other cultivators, though their numbers were not abundant. Patrons in the inn chatted about the grievances between Jianghu heroes, giving Guan a feeling of having traveled through time again. Before his food and drink arrived, Guan sensed a strong divine sense sweeping across the town. As expected, someone was coming. The divine sense swiftly vanished, not appearing again. Guin was in no hurry, ready to relax for the day. When his food and drink arrived, he began to drink alone, admiring the old-fashioned street bustling with people below the window. The sun set, the moon rose. As night fell, the town remained lively, red lanterns hanging on the buildings, with small rivers crisscrossing the town, glowing faintly. Guin stood atop a stone bridge, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed a wisp of demon energy entering the town. Not very strong, just a second-rank demon creature, equivalent to the Foundation establishment realm. Guin initially planned to return to the Supreme Sect the next morning to enjoy Victory's accolades, so he wasn't in a rush, curious to see what the demon creature intended. Though no cultivators openly resided in this town, the second-rank demon creature was still cautious, suggesting a particular reason. Guin slowly walked toward the direction of the demon energy. As he passed by a courtyard, a voice called out to him, "Junior Brother Gu." The voice was old, tinged with surprise and hesitation. Guin turned his head, seeing an old man watching him from a courtyard. The old man had white hair and a stooped back, appearing in his 70s or 80s. Guin frowned, suddenly thinking of something, hesitantly asked, "Senior Brother Zhang?" "Zhang Chuanxiu." It had been so long, Guin had nearly forgotten Zhang Chunkius' aura, and Zhang Chunkius' appearance had changed significantly. The old man quickly walked out, excitedly saying, "It's really you. I felt like the person on the bridge looked like you from upstairs, but I didn't dare to believe it. Junior Brother Gu, what brings you here? Are you on a mission as an outer disciple?" Guin nodded, something like that. "Senior Brother, what are you doing here?" "What a coincidence." Zhang Chuanxiu smiled. "This town is the wealthiest near the Supreme Sect. I'm here to spend my retirement." That made sense. Guin chose this place because of its safety and vibrant population. Zhang Chuanxiu took Guin by the wrist, smiling. "Come in and chat. You're not in a hurry, are you?" "Not at all," Guin replied, sensing no one else in the courtyard. He was curious about Lotus' whereabouts. He had once eavesdropped on Zhang Chuanxiu muttering to himself, learning Zhang Chuanxiu had come down the mountain for a girl named Lotus. Chapter 78, Demon Guan. Renowned throughout the world, the end of summer moon was very round, but the clouds were too many, and the bright moon was quickly obscured. Guin and Zhang Chuanxiu sat inside the house, chatting leisurely. Zhang Chuanxiu spoke of his experiences over the years while Guin listened attentively. Zhang Chunki's story was like one written by a scholar. He left the Supreme Sect for a woman he loved, only that woman was a demon. Years ago, Zhang Chuanxiu went to the Supreme Sect seeking immortality. On the way, he was attacked by demons and was luckily saved by a female demon named Lotus. Eventually, he safely entered the Supreme Sect. He always remembered Lotus' kindness. Every year, he would go out to visit her. Their feelings for each other grew rapidly. Many years later, having no hope of reaching the Foundation establishment realm, he chose to descend the mountain and spend the rest of his life with Lotus. After they met again, they came to this town, bought a mansion, got married, and had a son. After being with a demon for a long time, Zhang Chunki's spiritual power was drained, along with his chi blood. Lotus couldn't bear to drag him down, so one morning, she left without saying goodbye. Hearing the story up to this point, Guin wanted to say something, but held back. "You might think I was deceived by her, but that's not the case. A human and a demon together end up this way. The reason I came down the mountain was also because there was no hope on the path of immortality. I do not regret it. Her lifespan is longer than mine. I don't have many years left. It's better she left earlier to avoid the pain of parting." Zhang Chuanxiu said with a smile, appearing kind. His cloudy eyes seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life in the mortal world. Looking at him, Guin couldn't help but think back to when he first entered the Mystic Valley. How young was Zhang Chuanxiu then? Truly, things had changed. He detected that Zhang Chuanxiu only had 3 years left to live, which made him feel a bit sad. An hour later, the demon energy that Guin had previously sensed entered the courtyard. It was Zhang Chunki's son, Zhang Buku, Foundation Establishment Realm Second Layer 22/460/2300 at 22 years old, and in the Foundation Establishment Realm Second Layer. He was absolutely a genius. Could it be easier to give birth to geniuses from the union of humans and demons? Guin suspected it might be because Lotus' aptitude was exceedingly high. Buku, this is your martial uncle, Guin. Zhang Chunxiu called out to Zhang Buku, who had climbed over the wall. Zhang Buku looked like a boy of 16 or 17, with rather dense hair on his cheeks. Greetings, martial uncle Gu. Zhang Buku walked over, greeting shyly. Guin smiled and nodded, then took out a bottle of elixirs from his storage bag, saying, "This is a top-grade spirit energy elixir, just a little gift for our first meeting. How can we accept this? Senior brother, are you refusing out of disdain?" "How could I? I just think it's too precious." After pushing back and forth for a long time, Zhang Chunxiu couldn't argue against Guin and had no choice but to let Zhang Buku accept it. Zhang Buku curiously observed Guin. It was the first time he had received a gift from someone other than his parents, making him feel good about Gu, and Zhang Chunxiu began asking about the situation in Mystic Valley, and Guin did not hide anything. Upon hearing that Chang Xiandan and Meng Lang had died, Zhang Chunxiu was not sad, but rather a bit emotional, and reminded Guin to be careful in the future. Then, Guin mentioned that Leah had already reached core formation. Zhang Chunxiu exclaimed in wonder, saying he had always seen that Leah would soar to great heights. The two chatted for a long time, until Zhang Chunxiu could no longer hold on. Guin finally said his goodbyes. Before leaving, supported by Zhang Buku, Zhang Chunxiu turned around and said, "Junior brother Gu, you've already reached Foundation Establishment, which means your aptitude isn't terrible. Keep cultivating diligently. See how the world changes after hundreds of years for me." Guin stood at the door, looking back at him and nodding slightly. From beginning to end, Zhang Chunxiu did not ask him for anything, just reminisced. As Guin walked out of the courtyard, he couldn't help but look back. He could hear Zhang Chunxiu whispering to his son, asking where he had been causing trouble today, while Zhang Buku said he encountered a young boy and they fought. The boy he met was in Hao. Earlier when they fought, Guin felt it. Although there was a gap in cultivation level, Zhang Buku did not have the intention to kill. After several exchanges, he left. This could be considered fate. Zhang Buku had the potential for a lifespan of 2,300 years, likely becoming a famous great demon among the demon clan. As for Hao, there was no need to mention that he had the potential to be the best in the world. Many years later, when they meet again, will they recall their childhood battle in this small town? Guin smiled, then disappeared into the night. At dawn, in the wilderness, at the edge of a cliff, and Hao and an Xian sat in meditation on either side of Guin, facing the rising sun and practicing together. The sunshine poured down on them, making a harmonious picture. 3 blood marks on Hao's left cheek were left by Zhang Buku. He had been searching for Zhang Buku all night, but couldn't find him. Even after leaving the town and arriving at this desolate place thousands of miles away, he was still indignant. Guin couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, "I have to go out for a while. We'll be back by evening." "Howard, take care of your junior sister." With that, he disappeared from the cliff. And Hao and an Xian opened their eyes, looked back, and saw that their master was gone. "Do you think our master is really who he says he is? Why does he only accompany us at night?" An Xian asked curiously, touching his chin, and Hao thought, "Remember the storyteller who came to our village 2 years ago and mentioned the tales of the martial world? I think our master is one of the top demon lords in the world. However, his reputation as a demon lord should be misunderstood. Otherwise, why would he save us? It's because of this that he doesn't want us to be implicated by his reputation." And Zin's eyes widened, and she asked, "If Master really is a demon lord, then what is he going to do now?" "I don't know, but no matter what, he is our master. Anyway, he treats us very well, and we must remember his kindness." Guin, who was referred to as the Great Demon Lord by his disciples, returned to Mystic Valley and directly used the teleportation array to travel to the third Medicine Valley. Sure enough, after the big battle ended, someone came looking for him. Guin walked into his loft and saw Shunjun drawing at the desk. "I say, holy daughter Shun, have you made my place your home? Coming and going as you please. Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Guin said helplessly. Without lifting her eyes, Shunjun said, "Come quickly and see." Guin immediately walked over, looked at her drawing, and frowned. "Is this Han Ming?" "Yes, how is it? Did I draw well? Aren't you afraid he'll hold a grudge against you? Would he dare? My father isn't someone to be trifled with." Shunjun huffed, making Guin fall silent. Having backers is indeed impressive. Guin took a closer look. He had to admit that Shunjun's painting skills were extraordinary. The scene of Han Ming being nailed to the city wall was depicted very clearly, including the cracks on the wall. "How is it? What do you think?" Shunjun asked proudly. Guin grabbed her brush and added a few strokes to the paper. Shunjun squinted at it, then her eyes widened. Guin had added some wind and shadow effects, making the scene more dynamic. This was a drawing technique from Earth Comics. Such a technique did not necessarily mean it was better than Shunjun's, but the key was that Shunjun had never seen this style before. Although it was just a piece of paper, it made her feel the movements, as if painting the process of Han Ming smashing against the wall. She turned to Guin and couldn't help but say, "You know how to draw?" "A little. What about poetry and song?" "I know a bit of everything." There was admiration in Shunjun's eyes, which made Guin lift his chin slightly. "Showing off, are we?" "Well, after all, you did write Investiture of the Gods." Shunjun sighed. Guin then asked, "Why did you draw this picture?" Could it be that Shunjun had a grudge against Han Ming? To tell the truth, I'm very interested in Sword Venerable Fu Dao. I always felt he would be a handsome and aloof swordsman. So many people came to watch the battle, yet he didn't show himself. He really has charisma. Shunjun's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Guin's lips twitched. What if he isn't a handsome young man, but an old man? That's not impossible. Besides writing books, he'll be investigating Sword Venerable Fu Dao. I must find him. Why? To become Daoist friends, of course. Pan, and don't think I keep coming here because I like you. Even though I don't love cultivating, my Daoist friend must be the top great cultivator in the world. Just in case I offend someone while writing or drawing, he should be able to handle it. Shunjun rolled her eyes at Guin, then tidied up her drawing and walked towards the door. Guin shook his head with a smile, not following her. After Shunjun left the Medicine Valley, he went downstairs to check on the medicinal herbs. The servant disciples were still discussing Sword Venerable Fu Dao, each with a look of fanaticism on their faces. Listening to their praises, Guin felt very happy. Despite his recent display of power, Guin couldn't afford to be complacent. He still had to accumulate his lifespan steadily and diligently. The 9 layers of the unification realm were not enough to satisfy him. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, and another summer arrived. By now, Guin did not visit Hao and an Exian daily, but only twice a month. And Hao's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm and could protect an Exian well. Last month, Hao passed the test Gu and arranged, personally killing the wolf demon that had previously chased them. Guin had let the wolf demon go to leave it for Hao to kill. All right, he admitted, upon first seeing Hao's aptitude, he had already thought of a plan to nurture him extensively. The reason they hadn't gone to the Supreme Sect was that Zin's cultivation level wasn't sufficient yet. Besides, the two were still young and could learn more from Guin. One day at noon, Guin went alone to the outer sect, first heading to the Heavenly Repair platform. There were more and more sword cultivators on the Heavenly Repair platform, and many were not from the Supreme Sect. The news of Sword Venerable Fu Dao severely injuring the mad swordsman of Great Yu with 2 leaves swept the Immortal cultivation world. Now, Sword Venerable Fu Dao had become the most revered figure among the Supreme Sect disciples. Even though a year had passed, every time Guin came to the Outer Gate City, he could hear the disciples talking about it. After the fame of that battle spread, more and more sword cultivators came to visit. The Supreme Sect did not refuse them, but increased the defensive forces in this part of the Outer Gate City. This also resulted in Jiang Qiong's authority rising significantly since she was the great elder of the city. Guan looked from afar and saw Han Ming standing by Zuolin, scolding him impatiently, while Zuolin sat on the ground with a sullen face. Guan laughed. He wanted to see this scene, which was why he recommended Han Ming to take Zuolin as a disciple. Zuolin was a genius in every aspect, except for his exceedingly poor understanding of Sword Dao. Yet he loved Sword Dao the most. Guan chuckled to himself, then shifted his gaze to the others on the platform, looking for any unfamiliar great cultivators. As he scanned, he really found one. Chapter 79. Ghost Mother of Ephemera. LV-Cien returns, Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Second level of Unification Realm 3750/8090/54,000. Second level of Unification Realm. This exaggerated lifespan. First the Underworld Demon Emperor, now the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Why do they all seem like characters from the Underworld? Guan lamented silently. Even ghosts have lifespans, which means that even if they die, they can't exist forever. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If ghosts could exist forever, wouldn't this world be ruled by ghosts? Only tales of thousand-year-old evil ghosts are heard, never of million-year-old ghost emperors. Of course, it could also be that Guan's level wasn't high enough to encounter such beings, but at least this mortal world was still dominated by the human race. Perhaps there was a force in the dark that suppressed the existence of ghosts, maintaining balance in all things. The lifespan of the human race might be short, but they cultivated quickly. Each had its pros and cons. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera disguised herself as a female disciple of the Supreme Sect. Looking very young, her cultivation level suppressed to Foundation Establishment Realm, making it difficult for others to detect her abnormality. Guan didn't look any further, afraid of drawing her attention. The Supreme Sect had countless demons and monsters. As long as they didn't threaten him, he didn't bother. Little friend Gu. Han Ming suddenly walked over, with a smile on his face. Despite experiencing a crushing defeat, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt fortunate. Sword Venerable Fu Dao had pinned him to the city wall with a leaf, and the sword intent contained in that leaf benefited him greatly, indicating a lesson in disguise. With Fu Dao's ability, had he wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Guan looked at the approaching Han Ming and immediately saluted. Han Ming came forward, warmly grabbing his hand, and said, "Little friend Gu, since you're here, you must practice swordsmanship with me. The disciple you recommended to me is really too dull. It's driving my Taoist heart restless with anger." As he spoke, Han Ming pulled Guan in the direction of Zuolin. Guan, unable to break free from his hand while hiding his cultivation level, could only walk helplessly. Han Ming had Guan sit next to Zuolin, then started teaching swordsmanship techniques. Zuolin, seeing Guan, was very pleased and kept pulling him to talk endlessly, making Han Ming very irritable and scold Zuolin again. Zhua Yijian sat on one side, smiling as he watched his son being scolded, while also scrutinizing Guan. Besides being good-looking, his cultivation level seemed ordinary, and Zhua Yijian couldn't understand what caught Han Ming's eye about this child. Zhua Yijian closed his eyes, while feeling the sword intent within the words righteous path, and thinking back to the scene of Han Ming being defeated, he seemed to catch something in the dark, yet it felt like an illusion. This complex feeling made him bewildered. After a full ancient hour, Guan finally managed to escape Han Ming's entreaties. Han Ming's swordsmanship. Guan had memorized it after hearing it once, but to keep a low profile, he had listened to it 6 times, really exhausting himself. Guan hastily left under Han Ming's disappointed gaze. From now on, he had to avoid Han Ming when visiting the Heavenly Repair platform. This guy was too troublesome. Guan thought to himself, and then went to the Elixir Hall and the Book Collection Hall in sequence to report in, and finally visited Jiang Qiong at the Great Elder's residence. In the main hall, Jiang Qiong threw a storage bag to Guan and said, These are all high-rank medical herbs I have collected. Once they mature, you can take 20%. Hasn't your martial master treated you well? Guin scanned it with his divine sense and was elated. So many seeds, and the lowest grade was 4th rank. Thank you, martial master, Guin said sincerely. Jiang Xiong could have asked someone else to nurture them. She was the great elder now, holding significant power. Hearing this, Jiang Xiong smiled contentedly. She enjoyed seeing Gu An's gratitude towards her. Try not to sell the green vine fruit. It greatly enhances chi blood and root bones, making it a treasure beyond the measure of spirit stones, Jiang Xiong said earnestly. Clearly, she had found out about Gu An's record of selling green vine fruit. Guin nodded. He no longer needed spirit stones to buy seeds, so naturally, he wouldn't sell them. Next, I plan to strive further upward. Your medicine valley can partly be credited to me. Cultivate it well. In the future, I will find a golden core from a core formation realm cultivator and use secret techniques to help you become a core formation realm cultivator, Jiang Xiong continued. Guin quickly thanked her again. Then, Jiang Xiong waved her hand, indicating he could leave. Guin turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Jiang Xiong's voice floated from behind. Guin, do you write books? This statement made Gu An's heart tremble. What did that mean? Was he discovered by Jiang Xiong? Or was it a test? Guin turned back and asked confusedly. Write books about what? Jiang Xiong looked at his face, which didn't appear guilty, and then shook her head. Nothing. Go back. Guin scratched his head and left with a puzzled expression. Jiang Xiong sat in her chair and thought. After a while, she took a book out of her storage bag and started flipping through it. The cover had 4 words, Supreme Secret Records. Summer was blistering hot. The 13-year-old and Hal lay by the river, facing the sky, his head immersed in the water, bubbling as he blew bubbles. Not far away, an Xian was sitting under a tree, meditating and cultivating. Her brows were furrowed, obviously finding her cultivation difficult. A figure covered in Hao's body, making him open his eyes subconsciously. When he saw who it was, he quickly got up. Master! And Hao quickly got up, rubbed his wet hair, and then cultivated energy to dry his hair with spiritual power, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from his head. Guin wore a mask and spoke in a hoarse, low voice. I won't teach you swordsmanship today. They'll teach you leg techniques. Hearing this, and Hao's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Finally, he didn't have to learn swordsmanship, and Hao was not only strong in spirit root qualification, but also had exceptional comprehension. After practicing the Taizong Divine Shocking Sword for a year, he had fully mastered its moves and mental methods. Now he only needed to cultivate his own sword intent. Guin lifted his leg, standing on one leg. This posture immediately stunned in Hao, and even an Xian, who was absorbing energy, got drawn in. This leg technique is called Gale Shadowless Leg. Watch carefully, Guin said with a deep voice. Currently, only Elon inherited this move, while others practiced the residual wind leg. Although the residual wind leg was the basic leg technique of the Gale Shadowless Leg, it was hard to see their close connection when put together. He was not afraid that Elon and Hao would recognize each other's leg techniques in the future. If they could recognize it, it meant they were fighting just in time for Hao to show mercy. After spending more than a year together, Guin had already treated Hao like his own child. Hao was not inherently bad and even had a chivalrous spirit deep down, only a bit carefree in personality. Guin's leg shot out, and in an instant, countless leg shadows burst forth. A gale arose, splashing water, and the trees in front of him toppled. The mountain wall 100 feet away cracked, with dense footprints appearing, very spectacular. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart. Hao was dumbfounded and trembling all over, while an Xian was also watching with wide eyes. What a domineering leg technique. I want to learn. I want to learn. It feels more impressive than the Taizong Divine Shocking Sword. Hao shouted excitedly and even kicked a few times in place. Guin said, the Taizong Divine Shocking Sword is stronger than the Gale Shadowless Leg. I just didn't show you its full power. I get it. I won't forget to practice the Tai Tsong Divine Shocking Sword in the future. And how quickly promised. Guin started teaching him the moves. As always, and Hao memorized the moves after seeing them once, and then began practicing on his own. Again and again, he became more proficient. Guin suddenly felt it was time to arrange for Hao to go to the Supreme Sect. This child's talent was terrifyingly high. To win, I had to break his limbs. He'll probably need a year or two to recover. This statement caused Luo Hun's face to change dramatically. Guin couldn't help but frown as well. Chapter 80. Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm. Shockingly revealed Heavenly Spirit Root. Guin felt annoyed when he heard about Li Ya's injury. This guy was too harsh with his moves, and now he was belittling Li Ya. Previously, Guin thought that even if LV Xian defeated Li Ya, he would show some mercy for Li Zuando's sake, but he hadn't expected such arrogance, with a tone that showed no regard for Li Xiandao. Iluyan appeared out of nowhere in front of LV Xian and frowned as he asked, "Why did you injure His Highness? Couldn't you just knock him out?" Clearly, Li Xiandao frequently mentioned Li Ya in front of him. "What's the matter? He can't be injured? He's not the Crown Prince, and compared to the Crown Prince, he's far inferior." LV Xian frowned and retorted, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Even if he's not the Crown Prince, he's still a prince that His Majesty cares about." Iluyan's tone was somewhat heavy. Luo Hun remained silent, but from his expression, it was clear he was also displeased. LV Xian snorted, "Is it forbidden? Then you beat me up and break my hands and feet." At this moment, he saw Guin approaching, immediately became excited, and walked up to him. "Valley Master, I've already won the championship of the 100 Clans tournament. How about training with me?" LV Xian said, taking a golden token from his storage bag with the words Hidden Dragon List Champion inscribed on it. Guin nodded. "Then let's learn." Upon hearing this, LV Xian immediately pulled him aside. Iluyan looked at Luo Hun and asked, "Do we need to inform His Majesty about this?" Luo Hun thought for a moment and said, "No need. His Majesty surely has people watching over His Highness Li Ya." Iluyan sighed, shook his head, and then disappeared from the spot. Guin followed LV Xian to an open space, with 3 monkey demons following and watching curiously from the side. "What kind of spell do you like?" LV Xian asked, rubbing his hands, eager to teach. "Anything but swordsmanship," Guin replied. This had been agreed upon earlier. He didn't want to break his word. However, the matter of LV Xian injuring Li Ya couldn't be overlooked. "Then he'll teach you the hand technique, all right? I have a powerful hand technique, the very one I used to break Li Ya's hands and feet," LV Xian said with a proud smile, glancing at the distant Iluyan, clearly meant for him to hear. Guin nodded. "Then teach it. Let's see how powerful it is." LV Xian immediately began teaching the hand technique, demonstrating the moves while explaining the mental method. Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm. The name alone sounded domineering. Guin watched intently. He was ready to thoroughly torment LV Xian. The sun shone brightly and gradually set in the west. By the time evening fell, LV Xian, looking frustrated, asked, "Are you really that forgetful, or are you deliberately messing with me?" His loud voice startled Luo Hun and Iluyan, who hurriedly flew over, fearing he might get violent. Guin sighed. "I already said my aptitude and comprehension are very poor, but you didn't believe me and insisted on teaching me. Now you're getting impatient." No one could be this dumb, right? LV Xian couldn't understand, yet Guin didn't seem to be faking it. Iluyan said, "The Valley Master's cultivation was all piled up with elixirs, understandable. I've told you before, don't always try to persuade others. Everyone's situation is different." Luo Hun reminded, what His Majesty values is his cultivation ability. He emphasized the phrase values. LV Xian took a deep breath and said, "I don't believe it. I must teach him." Guin hastily said, "Next time. I need to go back." "You can't leave." Hearing this, Guin turned to leave, and Iluyan and Luo Hun quickly stopped LV Xian. "Damn it, Valley Master, you must come back. Once you master the mystic tortoise surging wave palm, you'll have the power to protect yourself, and you might even compete for heavenly destiny, reaching higher levels. LV watched Gu An's retreating figure and shouted loudly. Guan didn't understand him. Cruel to opponents, yet he enjoyed teaching people to cultivate. Was he having split dreams? Guan thought as he flew away on his sword, quickly disappearing into the twilight. In the days that followed, every time Guan visited, LV would try to teach him spells. No matter how he taught, Guan couldn't learn, but LV never gave up. If he couldn't teach one spell, he'd move on to another. Time flew by. The end of the year arrived. Heavy snow covered miles of mountains and forests. Guan, dressed in white and wearing a mask, walked out of the forest, with an Hao and an Xin following behind him. The usually lively and Hao was now silent as well. Guan stopped and looked at the snowy mountains ahead, then said, "A few hundred miles ahead, you'll reach the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. Once there, unleash your spiritual power, and they will bring you into the city to test your spirit roots." And Zin's eyes were red as she couldn't help but ask, "Master, when will we see you again? I saved you because I happened to pass by. This is a fate that shouldn't have been. We will not meet again, and you must not mention me to anyone." Guan said, turning his back to them. He had taught an Hao and an Xin to cultivate without any ulterior motive. It was just a whim. He didn't need them to repay him and hope their relationship would end here. And Hao suddenly knelt down, and an Xin followed, kowtowing to Guan. This time, Guan didn't stop them and accepted their 3 kowtows. And Hao's forehead was directly broken, blood and flesh mingling, but he felt no pain, staring firmly at his master's back. He could never forget the terrifying experience in the demon cave and the despair when facing the wolf demon. "Master, no matter who you are, I will always remember your kindness. I will strive to cultivate, make a name for myself, and become the greatest person under the heavens. When you hear my name and need anything, disciple would die 1,000 deaths without hesitation." And Hao said solemnly. Though he had just turned 14, there was a determination in his eyes fiercer than that of an adult man. Guan waved his sleeve, and the wind and snow swept in from the horizon, causing an Hao and an Xin to instinctively raise their arms to shield their faces. "If you want to help me, live for 1,000 years first." Gu An's voice drifted away in the wind. When the snow passed, the two raised their eyes, and he was already gone. An Xin couldn't help but look at an Hao, waiting for his decision. He stood up, looked toward the horizon, and said softly, "An Xin, we must not disappoint Master." An Xin nodded firmly. The siblings stepped forward into the flying snow that seemed ready to swallow them. Guan returned to Mystic Valley. He first inspected the medicinal herbs in Mystic Valley and then returned to his loft, keeping his divine sense focused on an Hao and an Xin the entire time. Although they were less than 300 miles from a Supreme Sect, he still worried, as the Supreme Sect was now a mix of fish and dragons. For the next few days, no matter where he went or what he did, he kept part of his divine sense watching over an Hao and an Xin until they safely reached the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. When a young and Hao revealed his Qi cultivation Realm 9 layers cultivation level, it immediately shocked the elder of the Outer Gate City, who personally attended to them. The reason he chose the nearby Outer Gate City was mainly because there were many great cultivators in the city, and Hao wouldn't be easily plotted against or possessed. As the new year arrived during the Spring Festival, Mystic Valley, Guan, Yilan, Zhenxin, Wuxin, Xiaochuan, Tangyu, and others sat around a long table celebrating. Other servant disciples sat at another table, clinking glasses together. "Have you heard? Recently, the Outer Sect recruited a disciple with heavenly spirit root. Even the elders of the sect's main city were alerted. His name is an Hao, and he's only 14 years old, almost at Foundation establishment. It's unbelievable. Compared to him, I feel like my cultivation has turned me into a pig." Zhenxin marveled while holding a wine bowl. "Heavenly spirit root. Everyone was intrigued, and Wuxin couldn't help but ask, "Is that true? The Taizong dynasty hasn't had a heavenly spirit root for hundreds of years." "It's true. Our law enforcement hall even guarded him for a few days until the sect leader took him away." Yilan nodded, much calmer than Jinqin. Everyone continued discussing the heavenly spirit root, with Wuxin sharing many legends, making Yilan frown. How does this kid know so much? Is there something suspicious about him? Yilan thought silently as she looked at Wuxin. Although she had known him for years, people could change. No, she had to check Wuxin's entry records. Listening to everyone talk about and how, Guan couldn't help but smile. From now on, there would be another interesting aspect to his farming life, watching how Hai and Hao could grow. After a long discussion, the topic shifted to the immortal cultivation world. It was said that a demon disaster was occurring in Changluo, Sangzhou, with a demon attempting to assassinate the emperor. The emperor narrowly survived, resulting in anger and a pursuit of those responsible, with entire families being executed. Guan knew that Li Xiandao hid the 9 layers of divinity transformation realm, so he wasn't worried, listening with great interest. The New Year's celebration, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, lasted until dawn. When the sun first rose, Yilan and Zhenqin left. Guan did not immediately leave Mystic Valley, but quietly entered the 8 scenic caves to bring delicacies to Sky Dragon, under the green vine tree. Seeing Guan arrive, Sky Dragon was very happy, swimming quickly around him. Now it was nearly 2 zhang long, with dragon horns fully grown, looking like a real dragon, its black dragon scales gleaming with cold light. "Master, when can you take me outside?" Sky Dragon rubbed Guan's face, asking pitifully. Guan stroked its head, smiling. "Didn't I tell you? When you grow up completely. Outside, many people are eyeing your flesh, just like you look at mutton. How big counts a grown-up? I feel I'm very strong now, even stronger than you, Master." Sky Dragon said aggrievedly. Although Guan had practiced swordsmanship under the tree, he had never shown his true strength, so even Sky Dragon didn't know his real abilities. Hearing its words, Guan thought he couldn't continue like this. He'll think of a way. Guan pondered. He decided to find Jiang Xiong to see if she understood transformation skills, to turn Sky Dragon into a snake so that it could follow him outside. Upon hearing this, Sky Dragon immediately became happy, even cheering, making Guan laugh. After staying in the 8 scenic caves for an ancient hour, Guan left, leaving quickly because he sensed a familiar presence approaching Mystic Valley. Guan returned to his loft, pretending to read a book. After a while, a figure leapt in through the window, and before landing, the voice rang out, "Junior brother Gu, guess what treasure I brought back for you?" Chapter 81, Ancient Gold, Swallowing Insect. Demon Path besieges Supreme Sekgu and looked at Leah, who climbed in through the window, and said helplessly, "What treasure could be better than my windowsill?" Leah, dressed in green, walked to the table, took a bag from his waist, placed it on the table, and said with a smug smile, "This treasure you will definitely like." Guan probed with his divine sense, frowned, and asked, "Why are they just bugs?" "These are ancient gold-swallowing insects. Their jaws can bite through any gold, iron, or ore in the world. If fed with golden attribute spirit energy, they can grow even stronger. There are 16 in total here. One of them is a queen. They are quite good for guarding the house, and can also help you dig the ground," Leah said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guan became interested and asked curiously, "How do you make them recognize their master?" "There is a special recognition ritual. You have to drip your blood essence onto the queen insect to establish a soul connection," Leah said, following by handing Guan a thin secret book from his storage bag. Guan took it but did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "How did the 100 Clan assembly go?" Leah pulled over a chair from the side, sat opposite Guan, and sighed, "It wasn't smooth, but it was enlightening. The world is truly full of experts and talents. My talent was nothing at the assembly of the 9 dynasties and 100 clans. I barely made it into the top 100, and Zhou Tongyu only made it into the top 10. Seeing how optimistic he seemed, Guin felt slightly less worried. Leah began to recount what he had seen and heard at the 100-clan assembly, and Guin listened attentively. Halfway through, Guin even got up to pour some wine, listening while drinking. Leah kept talking until dusk and still had more to say. Guin lamented, "So it seems only our family's third miss can pose a threat to LV Sien? Her Qilin step is indeed formidable. She was the only one able to wound LV Sien. Unfortunately, she encountered a heavenly tribulation after taking 9 steps, temporarily halting the combat. She hasn't been seen since." Leah nodded. "Heavenly tribulation? What does that mean? Is the Qilin step that powerful?" Guin was surprised. He had taken countless steps over the past 2 years and hadn't encountered any heavenly tribulations. Leah shook his head. "How would I know? Maybe she has some hidden secret within her body." Innate Taoist talisman. Guin sighed in his heart. Is she cheating? Compared to Ji Xiaoyu, LV Xian's strength was what shocked me the most. He is my next target, and I will challenge him and win next time, Leah said with fighting spirit. Guin asked, "Didn't you just say he broke all your limbs? Don't you hate him?" Leah shook his head. It was a normal sparring match, nothing to hate. Besides, I refused to admit defeat at the time. I heard from a senior that he's also a pitiful person. He has other remnant souls within him that want to seize his body. That's why he sometimes acts friendly, sometimes violent. Other remnant souls? Guin breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then he was reassured. He had been worried that LV Sien was an immortal reincarnated. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. What do you mean by other remnant souls? Guin asked in confusion. Not sure. It might be related to some treasure, or maybe he was possessed. Anyway, he will be tormented until he clears those souls. No wonder he was never mentioned in the Supreme Sect before. Perhaps the LV family kept him protected. By the way, his father was the previous sect leader, LV Baitian. LV Baitian went into deviation while cultivating, and his son is tormented by residual souls. Is it just a coincidence? Leah frowned as he spoke, then sighed and said, if LV Sien were not affected by the residual souls, he might have already formed his nascent soul. His power would be unimaginable. Guin laughed, amused that he was starting to sympathize with LV Sien. By the way, who was that senior you mentioned? He sounds amazing, Guin asked, feigning curiosity. An unnamed senior. Sorry, I can't reveal more, Leah replied. Must be the old master inside you. Guin could sense the growing presence of a soul within Leah. He suddenly thought of something. Before reaching the unification realm, he could sense the soul within Leah. Those great cultivators in the void-crossing realm should be able to detect it too. Judging by Lia's words, it seemed no one had discovered this. Was it because Guin's cultivation technique was too strong, or was there another reason? Even though it was getting late, Leah showed no sign of leaving. He kept chatting with Gu and describing the landscapes he saw during his travels. They talked until the next morning when Leah finally left. After he left, Guin picked up the secret book left by Leah and began studying how to make the ancient gold-swallowing insects recognize him as their master. Under a clear sky, in the third medicine valley, Guin stood in front of Elder Tian, raising his right hand. On the back of his hand was a golden insect resembling a beetle, but with larger mandibles. Ancient gold-swallowing insect. This creature is very rare, hard to find even within the Taitsong dynasty, Elder Tian praised. This was a gift from my senior brother, Leah. He placed in the top 100 at the 100-clan assembly and brought this insect back for me. It can help patrol the Medicine Valley in the future, Guin said with a smile. He had mentioned Leah to Elder Tian several times. If Elder Tian ever regained his position as sect leader, hopefully, he would remember Leah and cultivate him with care. Elder Tian nodded. It seems this Leah is indeed talented and devoted. A single ancient gold-swallowing insect is invaluable, let alone 16. Guin opened the insect bag at his waist, and the ancient gold-swallowing insects flew out. One of them, twice the size of the others, landed on his shoulder while the rest hovered around him. Passing by, Xiaochuan couldn't help but come over, and Guin began showing off the insects. By the evening, all the servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley had witnessed the ancient gold-swallowing insects. Guin wasn't just showing off. He wanted to prevent the servants from attacking the patrolling insects in the future. Seasons passed, and 3 years went by quickly. Guin crossed the 50-year mark. These 3 years had been peaceful and fulfilling. His lifespan had exceeded 300,000 years and continued to increase annually. One day, Xiaochuan arrived at the transmission array platform with Yilan. Guin was playing with a white spirit rat as big as a dog. When he saw Yilan coming, he immediately got up to greet her. Yilan's face looked troubled. Facing Guin, she said, "Senior brother, let's talk inside." Guin nodded and led Yilan upstairs. Xiaochuan went towards the white spirit rat, but it turned and ran away. Angry, Xiaochuan picked up a stone to throw at it, but missed. Meanwhile, Guin closed the door after entering the room. He had just turned around when Yilan spoke. "Senior brother, Wu Xin is a spy from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Gu An's expression changed slightly. He frowned and asked, "Nonsense, what evidence do you have?" Yilan took out several sheets of paper and said, "These are all records left by the Demon Extermination Hall of the Disciples. The person who brought Wu Xin into the sect was not a demonic spy, but his subsequent connections were all demonic spies. Besides, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion has been searching for the son of a pavilion master who happens to be a monk with indelible scars on his head." Guin took the papers and examined them closely. The papers outlined the interactions of the spies, including visits Wu Xin had made to the outer gate city to see them. Careless. Why didn't he act more prudently? Guin silently cursed, but didn't panic, as Yilan was the one who discovered this. After reading, Guin looked up at Yilan and asked, "How many people know about this?" "Just me for now. The Law Enforcement Hall usually doesn't investigate servant disciples. We discovered that there's a valley master in the outer sect's Medicine Valley working for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but we haven't identified who it is yet. We wanted to investigate further, but someone above us ordered us to stop," Yilan said angrily. "Who ordered you to stop?" "Outer sect Great Elder, Jiang Qiong, but her people said it was an order from the inner sect." Guin suddenly thought that Jiang Qiong being the outer sect Great Elder might actually be beneficial, as she could shield him. Although Guin had never worked for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the green vine tree made it impossible to wash his hands clean, and he didn't want his peaceful farming life disturbed. Guin stepped forward, grabbing Yilan's shoulders, and took a deep breath, saying, "Junior sister, this matter must be suppressed. Even if Wu Xin is from the demonic path, after so many years together, I believe he is not a bad person." Blushing, Yilan lowered her eyes and said, "Senior brother, are you also from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? If you are, I'm willing to go with you." "How could that be? I was born as a person of the Supreme Sect, and I will die as a ghost of the Supreme Sect. I don't care. Wherever you go, take me with you. Can you suppress this matter then?" "Yes. The other evidence has been destroyed. Only what's in your hand remains." Guin released her and threw the papers into his storage bag. "Better keep it just in case." Yilan then said, "This is actually a minor issue. I know you will protect him. I came to tell you something bigger. The demonic path is preparing to attack the Supreme Sect, and this time, it's real. Someone in the Hall of Elders in the main city has betrayed the Supreme Sect. This information came from a law enforcement hall spy within the Wanyin sect and has been reported upwards. The 4 inter-sect cities are preparing for war. There are many cultivators from other sects and dynasties in the outer sect. They have been there for years and can't be expelled easily. If the demonic path attacks, the outer gate city might be very dangerous, with demonic spies possibly aiding the enemy." Demonic path attack? Guin frowned and asked, "The Supreme Sect disciple count has skyrocketed over the years. How dare they attack?" "They've allied with the Demon Clan, planning to destroy the Supreme Sect and then divide up the Taitsong dynasty," Yilan replied with a serious expression. "Allied with the Demon Clan?" Guin was puzzled. Didn't these demonic sects know about the upcoming 100-year demonic calamity? After sharing more information, Yilon left in a hurry. Guan personally escorted her to the transmission array platform to send her to the Mystic Valley and then the Outer Gate City to follow protocol. Returning to his room, Guan suddenly noticed Elder Tion sitting under an old tree. It had been a while since he last checked on Elder Tion. The old guy had his cultivation level increased by 2 layers at the Heavenly Repair platform, but had been quiet ever since, which was strange. As he thought about this, Guan cast a lifespan detection spell. Chapter 82, The Battle Between Good and Evil, Protecting Medicine Valley, LV Batian, Core Formation Realm 3rd Layer 754/1050/3200, Core Formation Realm 3rd Layer. Seeing Elder Tion's cultivation level rising so high, Guan was secretly alarmed. He had better keep an eye on Elder Tion frequently. What if one day he surpassed him, and he didn't even know? Guan realized that the higher the realm, the more cultivators practiced the energy concealing sorcery. It was very difficult to judge an opponent's cultivation level based solely on sensory perception. In other words, the immortal cultivation world was all about who could conceal themselves better. Fortunately, he concealed himself deeply enough. He was confident he could continue to do so. Elder Tion seemed to sense Guan's gaze. He opened his eyes and looked at him. Guan gave a slight nod, then returned to his room. The demon path was about to attack, but he did not panic at all. He went about his usual business. The Supreme Sect was not a soft target, especially with Elder Tion, this hidden sect leader, secretly gaining power. What Guan needed to do was protect his Medicine Valley. At the end of summer, the weather was cool. Guan walked within the Outer Gate City and found that the number of disciples from the law enforcement hall in the city had increased significantly. There were also many divinity transformation realm auras on the city walls in all directions. The whole city exuded a tense and murderous atmosphere. The demon path was really coming. As usual, he first went to the Heavenly Repair platform to take a look. The underworld demon emperor and the ghost mother of Ephemera were still there. The two seemed like ascetics, sitting alone in meditation, with no other hidden demons around. Guan always felt that the underworld demon emperor might be related to the demon path, but he was reluctant to report it for fear of being dragged into the whirlpool. His goal was longevity. Would the Supreme Sect still exist after 10,000 years? He was never someone with great, noble aspirations. He was just an ordinary person. After scanning the surroundings, Guan did not see any powerful, unfamiliar faces. It seemed that the Supreme Sect had recently been strict in controlling outsiders, only permitting them to leave while barring them from entering. Afterward, Guan visited Jiang Xiong. Jiang Xiong was not in her residence. Her servant asked him to wait in the hall. Standing in the main hall, Guan observed the surroundings. He could feel the presence of very intricate restrictions here, which could not be seen with the naked eye. The Ziwei Array Chronicles Jiang Xiong gave him, he had often read, and he had built a considerable understanding of formations. So now he could see some of it. While observing, Guan suddenly felt something, and his expression turned strange. There was a large space beneath this residence, just like the 8 scenic caves below the Mystic Valley. An ancient hour later, Jiang Xiong finally returned. When she entered the hall, she waved her right hand, and the door closed with a bang. Guan stood up and looked at her. She walked to the main seat and sat down, saying, "No need for formalities. Sit down." Her face looked somber, clearly having encountered unpleasant matters. Guan took a storage bag from his waist and placed it on the table beside her, saying, "This is the first batch of mature medicinal herbs. Please check them." The grade and rank of Jiang Xiong's medicinal herbs were all quite high, so the first batch of medicinal herbs had just matured now. Jiang Xiong did not take the storage bag, but instead asked, "You must have other matters. Otherwise, you could have let Huamo do the checking." Guan nodded and said, "I have received news that the Demon Path plans to besiege the Supreme Sect. Is it true?" This was something best to ask the Demon Path about. Jiang Xiong nodded and said, "That's correct. Within half a year at most, the righteous and demonic war of the Taizong dynasty will break out. The reason is that the Supreme Sect has been continuously growing, making the demon path uneasy. Additionally, with the help of the demon clan, the two sides joining forces indeed have a chance to defeat the Supreme Sect. Guin hesitated for a moment before speaking. I heard that 100 years later, demons outside the 9 dynasties will invade the 9 dynasties. Shouldn't we be striving for peace and working hard on cultivation at this time? And how can the demon clan be trusted? Hearing this, Jiang Qiong glanced at him and snorted softly. Do you think the demon clan is of one mind? The demons outside the 9 dynasties are not purely demon clan. If they break in, the demon clan will also face slaughter. As for the human race, when have they ever truly united? The more dangerous the situation, the more they fight. The resources in the immortal cultivation world of the 9 dynasties are limited. The stronger the Supreme Sect becomes, the more it squeezes the cultivation resources of other sections. Historically, the so-called righteous and demonic struggles have actually been battles for resources. They just need a justified cause. This time, the demon path is launching a war under the banner of the Supreme Sect's evil deeds. Soon you will hear about it. When the Supreme Sect's morale wavers, the demon path will launch an attack. If they succeed, the righteous and demonic stances will reverse. If they fail, the Supreme Sect will have no strength left to eradicate the demon path. After hearing this, Guin remained silent. He was the one who could feel this the most. Each time he broke through, he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, thereby affecting the Supreme Sect. If all the spiritual energy and spirit stones of the entire dynasty were concentrated in one sect, the chances of breakthroughs for the authority holders in that sect would be much greater. So even if the calamity of the demons was only 100 years away, they still contended for it. Or rather, what the great cultivators cared about was not the common people, but their own cultivation levels. As long as they were strong enough, they could even venture south to the sea to seek immortal destiny. Guin thought for a moment and asked, Martial Master, which side are you on? Jiang Qiong smiled and said, I stand on the side of the victors. Don't worry, I can ensure that our outer gate city remains safe. Moreover, there are too many great cultivators in this city. The demon path will not attack from this direction. Upon hearing this, Guin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. As long as it doesn't endanger my medicine valley, that's enough. Scare now? I told you to cultivate more often, but you didn't listen. Cultivation is not something that can be rushed. You are just lucky to have a martial master like me. Before you go, find Humo. I have already prepared a batch of immortal cultivation elixirs for you in advance to help boost your cultivation level. You're already 50 years old, still not in core formation realm. What a waste. Don't ever say that you are my disciple's grandson. Thank you, Martial Master, Guin said with a smile, but inside, he was grumbling. A 50-year-old at Unification Realm 9th layer. Have you ever heard of it? It would scare you to death if you knew. Next, Guin inquired about the cultivation level of the strongest member of the demon path, but Jiang Qiong didn't know. She candidly said that if LV Baitian were still present, the demon path would certainly not dare to invade. But now that the sect leader was Chu Qianxi, the battle between the strongest of the righteous and the demonic factions would be difficult to determine. These words made Guin feel sympathy for the demon path. LV Baitian was not dead yet. By the way, Martial Master, have you ever heard of the underworld demon emperor? Guin suddenly asked. Jiang Qiong thought for a moment and shook her head. I've never heard of him. Why? It's nothing. I just read about him in a book. He's supposed to be very powerful. Since you don't know, then never mind. I should take my leave. Guin answered, then stood up, saluted, and turned to leave. Jiang Qiong watched his back, lost in thought. After talking with Jiang Qiong, Guin's worries about the righteous and demonic war eased significantly. His days returned to being as peaceful as before. 3 months later, at the end of autumn, the third Medicine Valley was still covered with many withered yellow leaves. In the early morning, Guin was leading his disciples in exercises, with Elder Tian also participating. Only Guin noticed that his body was sturdier than before. This guy's cultivation level had already reached core formation, realm 9th layer. Guin had no idea how he managed to cultivate. Whenever Guin was around, he never caused a spiritual energy disturbance. After the exercises, Guin dismissed the disciples and headed towards the pavilion. 16 ancient gold-swallowing insects circled him, making him appear surrounded by golden stars. Just as he reached the bottom of the building, he stopped. He saw two figures swiftly approaching from the horizon. It was Vice Sect leader Jihan Tian and Elder Guzong. Checking the medicinal herbs in the garden, Elder Tian glanced back and then turned away. After Guzong and Jihan Tian landed, they called Guin upstairs to talk. Upon entering the room, Guzong, as usual, laid down a restriction. Bang! Jihan Tian suddenly slammed the table, causing Guin's heart to race. Damn it! Every time they came, they had to slam the table. Guin really wanted to use the Great Yin-Yang transformation, transform into a demon cultivator, and beat Jihan Tian violently. The furniture in this room was made of the finest wood. If it got damaged, he would feel a pang of heartache. Chu Qianqi has gone too far. I didn't expect the entire Chu family to be rotten to the core. Pan, and you must write a book about this and show it to the world. The Supreme Sect is the orthodox sect of the world and must be supervised by the world. Jihan Tian said furiously. Again, Guin remained silent. He shouldn't have shown mercy back then. Guzong sat down and said impatiently, "What's the rush? It seems you are completely unaware of his actions. I think you just want to be the sect leader. This time, don't use Pan as a tool. Pan is the banner of the Supreme Sect's disciples. This banner cannot become a weapon in the sect's power struggle." Guin looked at Guzong. At least he made sense. Jihan Tian sighed and said, "It's true, I want to be sect leader. I believe that if I become the sect leader, I can lead the Supreme Sect to greater heights. Look at the mess Chu Qianqi has made. His men are manufacturing demons of greed, and someone even plans to sacrifice an entire outer sect. I once thought he was the sword venerable Fu Dao and trusted him, but he is not. Now the demon path is aggressive. Anti-Chu Qianqi sentiments have spread within the sect. Morale is shaken, and the Supreme Sect is in grave danger. Manufacturing demons of greed? Guin was astonished. He had thought it was the Chu family's enemies creating the demons of greed, per Chu Jingfeng's words. It seemed there were deeper secrets. Was it a clan feud or a self-directed act? Chu Qianqi is indeed disappointing. When he punished Chu Xian's descendants back then, I thought he was sacrificing kin for the greater good. Now it seems it was just self-preservation. However, taking down Chu Qianqi is not easy. Many in the Hall of Elders were promoted by him, and he has good relations with the Daotian sect. Guzong shook his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Guin was confused. What were these two playing at? What was the point of discussing such matters with an outer disciple? They were probably putting on an act to stir his feelings, trying to make him outraged and willing to expose the dark side of the Supreme Sect. The two continued to criticize Chu Qianqi, listing his various wrongdoing deeds. As Guin listened, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. If Chu Qianqi had truly done all this, he was indeed unforgivable. However, Guin remained rational and unmoved. Guzong looked at Guin and said, "The Supreme Sect may face calamity soon. Your third Medicine Valley has too many medicinal herbs. It needs protection. We plan to send 50 core formation realm cultivators to guard the third Medicine Valley. What do you think?" Jihan Tian added, "The Gu and Ji families will each send 25 people. By the way, Xiao Yu is among them. This way, not only will she help you guard the Medicine Valley, but she will also stay away from the war." Chapter 83, Gathering Spirit, Divine Finger. You are mine 50 core formation realm cultivators? Gutha naturally did not refuse. After all, he couldn't always guard the third Medicine Valley himself. He immediately bowed to thank the two from the ancient sect. An hour later, the two from the ancient sect departed, and Guin saw them off outside the building. After they left, Elder Tion walked over, curiously asked, "Valley Master, what did they come to see you for?" In the past, Elder Tion would not have asked. Now, not only was his cultivation level rising, but he also dared to inquire about the Valley Master's important matters. It seemed he was indeed making a comeback. Guin feigned hesitation and then divulged what he had learned. Chu Tianqi's crimes were exposed by the Demon Path and spread like wildfire through the Supreme Sect. The 5 great sects of the Demon Path prepared to join forces with the Demon Clan to besiege the Supreme Sect. Various incidents came out of his mouth. Paired with his worried expression, it seemed as if the Supreme Sect was facing imminent disaster. Elder Tion comforted him. "Valley Master, no need to worry. The Supreme Sect has stood on this land for thousands of years, enduring countless dynastic changes. Historical records show several instances of being besieged by the Demon Path, yet they have always survived the danger." Upon hearing his words, Guin indeed felt reassured. True, if the sky were to fall, there would be taller people to hold it up. I am just here to plant medicinal herbs well and provide alchemical materials for the sect. That is the only contribution I can make. Guin shook his head and laughed. Elder Tion nodded with a smile. He appreciated Guin's temperament. Still, since the Demon Path is coming, danger is inevitable. "Valley Master, I have a set of finger techniques, sharp and cunning. If the enemy is careless, it may even allow you to kill opponents above your level. Let me teach you." Elder Tion continued. Guin had never learned any finger techniques before, so naturally, he was interested. He asked curiously, "Elder Tion, why do I feel like your background is not simple, knowing and capable of so much?" "Haha, an old man who has lived long, naturally has some knowledge." Elder Tion laughed heartily, no longer had the timid demeanor of the past. Guin felt a sense of authority from him, fit for the head of sect. Then, Guin followed Elder Tion into the nearby forest. According to Elder Tion, this technique should not be transmitted. He was making an exception to teach it to Guin. After entering the woods, Elder Tion began to explain the prowess of this finger technique. Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. This finger technique could gather spiritual power and spiritual energy onto the fingertip, storing power to be released. The longer the compression time, the greater the destructive power. In theory, it had no limit. After listening, Guin became even more interested in the Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. The ancient sect and Jihan Tian moved quickly. 2 days later, 50 core formation realm cultivators arrived, including Guin's son Guyu. Guyu was the first to come to Guin's pavilion to look for him. "Your connections are truly vast. Being able to have the Gu family and Ji family each send 25 core formation realm disciples to protect you. These people are not just Supreme Sect disciples, they're all noble family offspring." Guyu sat down, teasingly remarked. Guin replied, "It's probably not to protect me, but to protect this Medicine Valley." "Is there another such large Medicine Valley in the Supreme Sect?" "There is, but not as large, and definitely not in the outer or inner sections. Mainly, it's because your identity as Pan and makes the higher-ups take notice. If it's because of Pan's identity, such ostentation exposes me, doesn't it?" True. In truth, Guin believed that the Supreme Sect was not protecting the Medicine Valley, but the 7th grade spirit tree within it, the mystic pure tree. Guyu did not dwell on this. He mysteriously took out a book and said, "Guin, you must read this book. It's too wonderful, and even has illustrations." Guin glanced at it, feeling speechless. Supreme Secret Records. Guyu had changed. He no longer pursued the latest updates on the Supreme Immortal Venerable. Guin felt a surge of frustration. Restraining his displeasure, he took the Supreme Secret Records. After flipping through a few pages, he was captivated. Goodness, Shenzhen had actually stolen techniques. The illustrations used comic-like action strokes, allowing one to imagine an entire sequence of movements, sparking endless thoughts. He faked a cough, closed the Supreme Secret Records, and tucked it into his chest, saying, "I'll read it later." With the demon path about to invade, I don't have a mind to read right now. Gu Yu secretly despised him, but outwardly said, "True, but keep this book safe." The Supreme Sect has been conducting strict inspections lately, making it hard to get this book. Rest assured, after a few more words, they went downstairs. Gu Yu flew to his designated post, while Guan began patrolling the medicinal herbs along the way. The third medicine valley was vast, and now he could harvest almost every day, but he preferred to collect once a week. After all, even if the herbs matured, leaving them for a week wouldn't affect them much. An hour later, as Guan walked through the forest path, he sensed Ji Xiaoyu's presence. After some hesitation, he decided to pay a visit. Ji Xiaoyu had saved him, given him talisman treasures, formations, and a batch of medicinal herbs. It wouldn't be right not to greet her. After another half hour of wandering, Guan arrived at a mountaintop. Ji Xiaoyu, in a purple robe, was meditating at the edge of the cliff, facing away from the third medicine valley, with formations set around her, making Guan hesitant to cross the boundary. "Greetings, third Mississippi." Guan cupped his hands in salute. He directly cast a lifespan detection. Ji Xiaoyu, core formation realm 5th layer, 50/1400/8900, core formation realm 5th layer. Truly quick. With her back to him, Ji Xiaoyu said, "No need to come visit me in the future. You are the valley master of this medicine valley. Formalities are unnecessary. If Third Miss needs anything, you can always find me, or tell the disciples in the valley," Guan replied. Ji Xiaoyu responded. Guan suddenly didn't know what to say, so he prepared to take his leave. Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Jihan Tian is my great-grandfather. If he makes unreasonable demands on you, you can come to me. After all, you belong to me." Guan hurriedly replied, "The vice sect leader hasn't troubled me. I know him too well. Since childhood, he used me to build momentum. Knowing you are Panin, he certainly won't miss the chance to use you. In the Supreme Sect, you can use my name to refuse any request you find difficult to turn down." Ji Xiaoyu's words brought a smile to Gu An's face. "Another patron. Write another investiture of the gods. I find your writings the most enjoyable." Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said, "So, she was also a reader?" Guan replied, saying he was already preparing it. "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Guan immediately saluted and departed. By evening, Guan arrived in Tianyao Valley for the harvest day, expecting to collect 5,000 or 6,000 years of lifespan. Upon entering the valley, he felt a long-missed presence. Li Xiandao. Why was he here? Was there not a demon rebellion in Chongluo, Sangzhou? "Valley Master, His Majesty is here. Quickly go meet him inside." Luo Hun called from halfway up the mountain. Guan nodded and then hurried toward the cluster of pavilions. Li Xiandao was staying in his pavilion, with LV Xian and Yi Luyun accompanying him. Upon seeing Guan enter, Li Xiandao smiled, motioned for LV Xian to be silent, and then smiled at Guan. "Guan, long time no see. How is your cultivation progressing?" After respectfully saluting, Guan replied, "It's progressing well. Thanks to your Majesty dividing so many herbal materials for me, I have now reached the third layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. The third layer is not enough. You must work harder. As long as you reach the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, I can help you form a core." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will certainly work hard." As Guan answered, he deliberately avoided looking at LV Xian. LV Xian glared at him, as if wanting to devour him, his expression both angry and resentful. Having taught Guan for so long, Guan had learned nothing. If it were not for Guan only coming once or twice a month, he would have suspected Gu and was deliberately messing with him. Li Xiandao gestured for Guan to sit at the table, and Guan did so without hesitation. LV Xian and Yi Luyun remained standing, making LV Xian even more dissatisfied. Li Xiandao looked at Guan, examined him briefly, and softly asked, "Has anything significant happened in the Supreme Sect recently?" Guan frowned, hesitated, and said, I heard the demon path plans to besiege the supreme sect, and there are unfavorable rumors about the sect leader within the sect. He recounted what he had heard in detail, but did not mention his third Medicine Valley. After Guan finished, Li Zuando's smile deepened. He laughed. Chu Qianqi is proud and arrogant, looks down on everyone. Even his kin are seen as pawns. It's not surprising he did these things. My informant in the demon path also sent word. At the end of the year, the demon path will launch a full-scale attack on the supreme sect. Guan began to ponder Li Zuando's attitude toward the supreme sect. He asked confusedly, "Doesn't the demon path fear Sword Venerable Fu Dao? They say Sword Venerable Fu Dao is the world's foremost sword cultivator." Li Xiandao shook his head. Of course they fear him. That's why they have waited until now to act. The true identity of Sword Venerable Fu Dao has been revealed within the demon path. While that person is strong, he is not invincible. That person? Guan was astonished. Someone was impersonating Lao Zi's fame? Li Xiandao again looked at Guan, earnestly said, "A great battle between righteous and demonic forces is about to erupt. By rights, I should have you withdraw, but with Li is still there, I need you to keep an eye on the Supreme Sect for me. I will arrange for a nascent soul realm cultivator to protect you. How about that?" Guan thanked him repeatedly, then said, "Uncle, there's no need. I am just an outer sect disciple, unknown to the demon path. Assigning me a nascent soul realm cultivator would instead attract high-level attention from the demon path. Don't worry, this person is adept at concealing their energy. Even if their cultivation level is far above, they won't be detected." Li Xiandao waved his hand dismissively. "Can't refuse?" Guan looked at Li Xiandao, weighing his options. Li Xiandao continued, "You are my man. I naturally can't let anything happen to you. Besides, this person has a very good relationship with Leah. You could introduce them to Leah later." With it said to such an extent, Guan certainly couldn't refuse. Half an hour later, Guan took his leave and began to harvest the mature medicinal herbs. Li Xiandao, from within the pavilion, could see Guan working diligently. He sighed, "This youngster is steady in his work, very much to my liking. You must take good care of him." LV Xian couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, are you hinting at me? I just want to ask, who is more important to you among Leah and the Crown Prince?" Iluyan frowned, but did not stop LV Xian. Li Xiandao chuckled. "They are both important. What are you worried about? Leah isn't staying in Chongluo. He poses no threat to the Crown Prince. Unless what? Unless Leah masters the Emperor-level sword technique." Chapter 84, Shrouding the Sky and Blocking the Sun. Heaven-swallowing Darkbird. Learning the Emperor-level sword technique secures the position of Crown Prince. Guan picked herbs while eavesdropping. The Emperor-level sword technique. Now that was something he knew well. In the future, perhaps he could ask Leah about it. If Leah wanted to compete for the throne, he might offer some pointers. Wait, this old man had some malicious intentions. Guan felt uneasy, suddenly suspecting that Li Xiandao had said it deliberately for him to hear, as the pavilion hadn't been isolated by any restrictive barriers. Another thought struck him. Li Zuando's ambition was to become an immortal emperor. For an emperor, the greatest threat could be the Crown Prince. Even without pursuing immortal cultivation, a mortal emperor in his old age would be wary of the Crown Prince. Not many Crown Princes smoothly inherit the throne. Could it be that Li Xiandao wanted to use Leah to eliminate the Crown Prince? It's quite possible. Guan stopped thinking about it, focusing on picking herbs and letting the father and son deal with each other. Because of Li Zuando's presence, Guan didn't leave immediately after finishing collecting the herbs. He only left the next morning. When he was leaving, Li Xiandao hadn't left yet, saying he wanted to stay for a while longer. Guan suspected that Li Xiandao wanted to watch the drama of the righteous and demonic conflict. After returning to Mystic Valley, Guan instructed Wu Xin and others, telling them that the demon path was about to invade and that they shouldn't wander around casually, making all the disciples, including Wu Xin, very nervous. Guin planned to stay overnight in Mystic Valley from now on. The third Medicine Valley had Elder Tion and 50 core formation realm cultivators, making it very safe. Mystic Valley was different, with only a group of servant disciples. Currently, Mystic Valley contributed less and less to his lifespan income, but the 8 scenic caves beneath Mystic Valley were different. Even if Mystic Valley's lifespan income wasn't much, he was reluctant to abandon it. 10 days later, the nascent Soul Realm cultivator arranged by Li Xiandao arrived at Mystic Valley. Guin stood in front of the wooden fence, watching from a distance as a woman in green with a sword walked over, her conical hat swaying in the cold wind, accentuating her ethereal presence. Yang and I, nascent Soul Realm, 9 layers 214/780/1360. A nascent Soul Realm cultivator at 200 years old, quite impressive quality. Guin thought silently, then stepped towards Yang and I. I am Guin, the Valley Master of this Medicine Valley. May I know who you are? As he approached, he raised his hand and asked. Yang and I suddenly appeared in front of him, so he pretended to be startled and took a step back. Let me see your other Valley Master token. Yang and I transmitted her voice, her tone cold yet melodious. Just by the sound, one could tell she was a beauty. Guin immediately produced the token from Tinya Valley. Yang and I snatched it, inspected it, and then returned it to him. I was sent by His Majesty to protect you. I will be your outer disciple from now on. Yang and I transmitted her voice again. Guin nodded and said, You must have been recommended by Elder Han. I have been waiting for you for a long time. After saying this, he turned and led Yang and I towards the pavilion. Yang and I followed him inside, attracting curious glances from other disciples in the valley. Her appearance naturally drew people to take a second look. Once inside, Guin closed the door and said, Everyone here is in the Qi cultivation realm, so you don't need to worry. Yang and I waved her hand, and spiritual power turned into a green restriction, imprinting on the door. Very cautious. After doing this, Yang and I walked to the table, put down her treasure sword, and removed her conical hat, letting her waterfall-like white hair cascade down. She turned to look at Guin, her face remarkably youthful, appearing just over 20. Her features were exquisite and delicate, but her eyes carried a coldness that gave her the aura of an ice queen. This coldness made it easy to overlook her beauty, making people afraid to look directly at her. She scrutinized Guin and asked, I heard you have a good relationship with Leah? Indeed, Senior Brotherly was also a servant disciple in this Medicine Valley. We joined on the same day. Guin responded. Hearing this, Yang and I smiled, her smile stunningly captivating. Guin didn't think much of it, as he knew Ji Xiaoyu was even more beautiful. That stubborn child never got along with his siblings, yet he managed to build a friendship with a servant disciple like you. Yang and I said admiringly, that statement. From her storage bag, Yang and I took out a blue jade bracelet, saying, This is a top-grade magic artifact that can store spiritual power. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Store spiritual power? How rare. Guin quickly waved his hand and said, I can't accept this. You are here to protect me. How could I dare to take your gift? Just take it. Lia's mother is my sister. Since you're close to Lia, you're naturally considered my junior. Yang and I said impatiently, tossing the jade bracelet to him, and then turning to the bookshelf. You go about your business. Don't concern yourself with me. Guin caught the jade bracelet, wanted to say this was his building and it wasn't convenient. But seeing Yang and I's stance, obviously wanted to stay, he could only give up. Ever since his encounter with Shan Jun, Guin no longer left anything incriminating in the building, so he hesitated briefly before leaving without disturbing Yang and I. Yang and I's presence didn't disrupt the rhythm of life in Mystic Valley, as she rarely left her room and didn't interact with other disciples. When Guin planned to go to the third Medicine Valley, she insisted on accompanying him, leaving him no choice but to take her along. Upon arriving at the third Medicine Valley, she was shocked, beginning to reassess Guin. This servant disciple was no simple character. Guan also wasn't afraid shed report to Li Xiandao. Perhaps Li Xiandao had long discovered the third Medicine Valley. It was hard to hide this matter. After all, he had a clear conscience. If Li Xiandao grew suspicious of him because of this, he didn't care. In his mind, he feared Li Xiandao far less than the Supreme Sect. Thus, Yang and I followed Guan as he patrolled the Medicine Valley, watching him pick herbs and sow seeds. A month later, Yang and I developed some goodwill towards Guan and was too honest and treated the servant disciples very kindly. Such a person posed no threat to anyone. She also understood why Li Ye could favor Guan days past one after another. Snowflakes flew, covering every part of Guan's Medicine Valley. Li Xiandao had said that the demon path would invade the Supreme Sect at the end of the year, making Guan worry about this every day. Perhaps any day now, the demon path would attack. On this day, Mystic Valley, Guan and Wuxin led the disciples in shoveling snow, with Yang and I standing at a distance by the wooden fence, holding her sword. "Senior brother, what realm is that outer disciple in?" Wuxin whispered to Guan, very curious. Yang and I's stance alone looked very strong. "What's it to you? She's my disciple. Don't get any ideas." Guan said in a bad mood. Wuxin chuckled. "Senior brother, you know me so well. When are you going to get me a Foundation Establishment Realm disciple as an assistant? I will be so impressive wherever I go. If I really arranged it, would you dare accept?" Hearing this, Wuxin seemed to remember something, grinning awkwardly and falling silent. Guan continued to shovel snow. After a while, he seemed to sense something furrowing his brow, but he didn't stop working. In the distance, Yang and I also sensed something. She leaped to the southern mountaintop, attracting everyone's gaze in the valley. Snow flew incessantly, casting the world in a white blur. From within the valley, Yang and a silhouette on the mountaintop appeared faint, as if she might be swallowed by the violent snowstorm at any moment. "What's wrong with her?" Wuxin couldn't help but ask Guan looked up and said, "I don't know either. Well, ask her when she comes down." "Goo goo," a light bird cry echoed, reverberating through the world, even masking the sound of the wind. The sudden bird cry made everyone frown, looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. Wuxin seemed to remember something, his face changing dramatically. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, back to the rooms! Quick!" As he spoke, he pulled Guan towards the pavilion group. Guan shook off his hand and said, "You all head inside. I need to watch the Medicine Valley." Wuxin turned and said urgently, "That's the heaven-swallowing dark bird of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a demonic beast that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators can't deal with. You go inside first. I'm not going to fight it. Don't forget your identity," Guan said sternly. Hearing this, Wuxin could only grit his teeth and run inside. Soon, only Guan remained in the valley, while the disciples all leaned out of their windows, watching the sky in extreme tension. Guan already sensed the presence of the heaven-swallowing dark bird. Very strong, comparable to the void-crossing realm. Whoosh! A fierce wind came from the south, stirring up a snowstorm that swept through the Medicine Valley. Guan, watching the swaying herbs, felt distressed, but couldn't expose his cultivation level in front of Yang and I and the other disciples. He could only go to the section with the highest grade herbs and use his Foundation Establishment Realm spiritual power to protect them. At this moment, Yang and I suddenly appeared beside him, taking out a large flag and planting it in the ground. She raised her palm to infuse spiritual power into the flagpole. The flag fluttered, forming a light screen that enveloped them, blocking the wind and snow. Yang and I breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Guan and scolding, "Are you crazy? What do these herbs have to do with you? Can't you sense the demonic chi?" Guan replied, "I sensed it, but if I can sense it, the great cultivators from the Supreme Sect will definitely..." Boom! A terrifying pressure descended suddenly. Guan looked up, as did Wuxin and the other disciples. Everyone's eyes widened. The vast snowy mist was dispersed, revealing an enormous bird covering the sky. It flew over Mystic Valley, plunging the valley into darkness that wouldn't dissipate for some time. Even someone as calm as Guin was stunned by the heaven-swallowing dark bird size. In his view, its wingspan exceeded 100 miles, extremely exaggerated. On the bird's back were numerous demonic cultivators, at least 10,000 of them. Its destination was precisely the outer gate city of the Supreme Sect. That's the heaven-swallowing dark bird of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a six-tier demonic beast with the power to destroy empires. It's my first time seeing it, too, Young and I muttered, gazing up at the sky in awe, her eyes showing fear. Guin didn't say anything, focusing on the heaven-swallowing dark bird, hoping it wouldn't target his Mystic Valley. When the bird flew past Mystic Valley, sunlight poured down, illuminating the Medicine Valley while snowflakes fell, creating a scene of cascading white mist. All the disciples in the valley sighed in relief at this sight. Guin already sensed the aura of great cultivators fighting in the distance. Void crossing realm, and there were more than two. The battle was quite far away, likely occurring at another outer gate city. Chapter 85. The First Trial of the Divine Finger. Sul Yin Demon, Lord Outer Gate City. The city wall was lined with outer disciples, including Yilan and Jinqin. They frowned and looked into the distance. Not just them, all the disciples were looking in the same direction, as if facing a great enemy. Heavy snow covered the land and mountains. The wind howled, and amidst the swirling snow, the outlines of mountains could be seen faintly. Goo-goo, a mysterious bird cry rang out again, as if beings from the underworld were approaching, causing the hearts of the disciples on the wall to pound like war drums. Gradually, a shadow appeared in the snow-covered expanse, making all the disciples' faces change. What is that? Jinqin stammered, her voice low as if asking herself. Yilan's eyes were also wide open. She considered herself knowledgeable, yet she was stunned by the current sight. The enormous shadow resembled a black ocean advancing, vast and boundless, connecting the ends of the sky. The mysterious bird cries grew louder. Anyone facing such a huge shadow would feel fear, as if an abyss was approaching. A tremendous pressure emanated from within the city, startling the disciples into turning their heads. They saw dozens of flying swords soaring into the sky, surrounded by golden spiritual power. With a roar, the flying swords shot forward, gathering golden spiritual power together, resembling a giant golden phoenix flying over the city wall. The golden phoenix spread its wings over 100 feet wide, magnificent in momentum. Yet, when it flew towards the terrifying shadow at the horizon, it seemed small. The golden phoenix tore through the flying snow, unstoppable, crashing into the terrifying shadow. Immediately, golden light burst forth. The howling wind and snow forced the outer disciples on the wall to raise their arms to shield themselves. "Your Excellency, Demon Emperor, what are you waiting for?" A cold voice rang out, drowning out all other sounds in the world. On the heavenly repair platform, the underworld Demon Emperor slowly rose. In the distance, a great cultivator at the 5th level of the Void Crossing Realm stood up facing him, their eyes meeting. "I didn't expect you to be the legendary underworld Demon Emperor. You hid well." This Supreme Sect elder spoke coldly, raising his right hand, a jade ruler appearing in his grasp. Several other Supreme Sect cultivators stood up, each exuding an aura far surpassing the divinity transformation realm, causing the other cultivators on the platform to stand up and retreat. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera retreated as well, looking no different from ordinary cultivators. Haha. The underworld Demon Emperor let out a chilling laugh. His calm face quickly contorted as waves of demonic chi surged from his robe, spreading in all directions. Rumble. The sound of thunder came from the sky, as rolling thunderclouds surged from all directions, pressing down on the flying snow, forming a thick white mist, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The underworld demon emperor raised his eyes, a mocking expression on his face. He suddenly squatted down, slapping the ground, causing the demonic chi covering the heavenly repair platform to churn violently. Evil ghosts crawled out of the demonic fog, letting out roars that shook the heavens and earth. The great battle between righteous and demon paths erupted. In Mystic Valley, Guwen was leading the disciples in inspecting the medicinal herbs. The wind howled, causing snow on the mountains to slide continuously, and a distant rumbling persisted. Yang and I stood next to Guwen, not shoveling snow, her eyes fixed on the sky, frowning. Wuxin approached Guwen nervously. "Senior brother, the commotion is quite loud." Guwen cursed inwardly. Didn't Jiang Qiong say it wouldn't reach this outer gate city? Why did it feel like the demon path was invading from here? Don't worry, the supreme sect won't be easily breached. Guwen consoled. He felt the intense demonic chi in the outer gate city, but didn't know where it came from. Wuxin was worried, but his hands didn't stop moving, a result of Gu An's years of teaching. As thunderclouds gradually covered the sky, the snow began to weaken, which was good for Mystic Valley. After clearing the snow from various gardens, Guwen had Wuxin gather the disciples together while he and Yang and I stood far away. Can the Supreme Sect really hold out? What does that sound? It's terrifying. I don't know what the situation is in the outer gate city. It's a good thing we're in the Medicine Valley. Who knows? Maybe a demon cultivator will target us. Shut up, you jinx. The disciples were tense and fearful, unable to calm down. The pressure from the great cultivator's battle, the demonic chi, the demonic pressure, and various other conditions stimulated their senses. They had never experienced such feelings before. Guwen glanced at the disciples 100 feet away, then looked at Yang and I beside him, asking via voice transmission, "With your strength, how strong an enemy can you deal with? As long as it's not a divinity transformation realm, I can kill as many as come." Yang and I's response was confident, but Guwen wasn't pleased, because it was certain there would be divinity transformation realm enemies. At this moment, a figure flew in from the distance at high speed, landing quickly in the valley. Who else but Leah? Senior brother Li. Wuxin called out in surprise. Leah was an inner sect disciple, a genuine core formation realm expert. His arrival was enough to excite Wuxin. As for Yang and I, Wuxin viewed her as merely a foundation establishment realm cultivator, surely not as strong as Leah. Leah ignored Wuxin, quickly approaching Guwen, his gaze assessing Yang and I with a slight frown. He then looked at Guwen, urgently saying, "Junior brother Gu, evacuate. It's too dangerous here. Now all the outer gate cities and inner gate cities are in a great battle. There's a traitor in the Supreme Sect, using a teleportation array to send enemies in." Huh? Leah didn't recognize Yang and I? Gu An's face turned serious. "I can't abandon the Medicine Valley, and even if we escape, where can we go?" Honestly, Lia's arrival both moved and troubled him. Guwen wasn't actually panicked about the demon path invasion. He just didn't like having people around, making it inconvenient to take action. "Isn't it easy to hide? We can't stay in the Medicine Valley," Leah said gravely. Guwen shook his head. "If you want to hide, you hide. Senior brother Li, you don't need to save me. I can't abandon my disciples." Mystic Valley had more than 20 servant disciples, making it difficult to move together. It was a good excuse for him. Leah was about to speak when Yang and I suddenly said, "Someone's coming." Leah instinctively looked up, as did Guwen. They saw rolling thunderclouds forming a huge vortex in the sky, with a figure falling from it, aiming directly at Mystic Valley. The figure descended like a falling star, landing on a northern mountain peak, raising snow and mist. "Wuxin, you sure made it hard for me to find you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Where did you get the courage to infiltrate the Supreme Sect as a spy?" A contemptuous, cold laugh echoed through Mystic Valley, startling everyone to look at Wuxin. The disciples around Wuxin exclaimed and retreated. Wuxin looked up at the person on the peak with a grim face, eyes full of hatred. The person on the peak wore a blood-patterned black robe, with disheveled hair and handsome features, but his brows were full of killing intent. His smile was hideous as he looked at Wuxin like a crawling insect. Bai Wu, first layer of nascent soul realm 203/790/980 Gu, and saw the result of the lifespan detection and remained unflustered. He dared to let the other party enter the valley, sensing their cultivation level wasn't a threat. He was just being cautious, verifying it. Leah frowned, looking at Wuxin from afar, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Wuxin seemed to know Bai Wu's fierceness, gritting his teeth. "They'll go back with you. Just don't hurt anyone else." "That won't do. My orders are to kill everyone in the Supreme Sect, including insignificant servant disciples." Bai Wu licked his lips, taunting. "And who said I was taking you back? Today, you will be buried with them. I could bring your head back." A cold snort suddenly sounded, making Bai Wu's pupils shrink. He glanced over reflexively to see a woman in green appear next to him out of thin air, drawing her sword to slash. It was Yang and I. He leaped aside, but still got slashed on the arm, blood splattering. Yang and I continued her assault, the two battling on the peak. Sword chi surged, and demonic chi spread like mist. They quickly flew into the sky to fight. Leah couldn't help but look at Guin, asking, "Who is she?" "Your mother's sister, Yang and I. Don't you recognize her?" Guin replied quietly. Leah's expression became bewildered, mumbling, "Why is it her?" Guin noted his expression, feeling puzzled. What did that mean? Could be they didn't get along? Guin didn't ask and said, "I'll check the forest. There's a lot of medicinal herbs planted in there." Saying that, he ran towards the woods. Leah wanted to stop him, but Yang NIS battle captured his attention. "Damn it," Leah cursed, leaping to support Yang and I. In truth, Yang and I didn't need his help. She was already overwhelming Bai Wu. Within 10 breaths, Bai Wu was covered in blood. Despite his wide and aggressive spells, Yang NIS movement technique was too exquisite, allowing her to dodge easily. Seeing Bai Wu so miserable, Wuxin's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Yang and I to be so formidable. Where did senior brother find such a powerful great cultivator? On another side, Guin reached the forest's edge, turning his back to Mystic Valley, looking at the distant mountains. He raised his right hand, thumb pressing on middle finger, aiming into the distance. He sensed a void-crossing realm presence hundreds of miles away, lingering suspiciously. Too close to his medicine valley, it must be killed. Just the right time to test Elder Tion's Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. He had mastered Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. Though not proficient, it should be enough to kill a void-crossing realm demon cultivator. Spiritual power compressed at his middle finger. He didn't gather surrounding spiritual energy, fearing it would alert Yang and I and the others. Hundreds of miles away, on a flat land between the mountains, a group of demon cultivators was assembling an array platform. A formidable demon cultivator stood nearby, watching quietly. He was named Su Yin, one of the demon lords of the Heavenly Extinction Sect, at the 4th level of Void Crossing Realm, toying with a white flame in his right hand, his expression indifferent. A Heavenly Extinction Sect disciple approached softly. "Master, the array should be completed in half an hour." Su Yin Demon Lord replied indifferently. "Finish it immediately. Prepare." Before he could finish, his face suddenly changed, instinctively looking aside. Chapter 86 Elder Tion's Resolve. Demons overwhelming the sky. When Su Yin Demon Lord spoke, his thoughts had already floated inside the Supreme Sect. This great war concerned the millennium chief fortune of the Wanyin sect, even its rise and fall. He could not wait to join the battle. However, before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively sensed the terrifying aura of danger and glanced sideways. Everything happened too quickly. Even he, a great cultivator with a void-crossing realm 4th layer cultivation level, had no time to react. In his eyes, semi-transparent airflow was killing its way forward at an inconceivable speed, passing through the mountains and causing the heavens and the earth to appear distorted. His disciple, standing in front of him, was still looking at him, and all disciples who were building the array platform stopped. Everything fell into stillness. Only the aura of death approached rapidly. Boom! A mass of airflow tore through the sky and struck the plain between the mountains. Su Lian, Demon Lord, and a group of demon cultivators were directly pulverized in a flying ash. A strong light burst forth, engulfing the surrounding mountains and devouring everything in its path. Above Mystic Valley, Yang and I, Leah, Baiwu, and others who were fighting were startled, all pulling back and turning around to see. An impressive brilliance appeared on the horizon, and they felt a horrifying pressure coming, their faces changing dramatically. Leah hurriedly flew toward the forest below, quickly finding Gu and was hiding behind a tree, pretending to shiver. Seeing him safe, Leah sighed in relief and was about to speak when a terrible gale blew from the distance, pushing the trees backward and causing the peaks to tremble violently. Leah hurried to Gu's side, shielding with his spiritual power. "What's happening?" Guan asked through gritted teeth, his tone full of fear. Leah's expression was grave. He said quietly, "Not sure, probably a great cultivator fighting." At this time, a series of prompts popped up before Gu's eyes. "You have successfully seized 47 years of Su Lian Demon Lord, Void Crossing Realm 4th Layer, Lifespan. You have successfully seized 35 years of Zhang Zhongchong, Core Formation Realm 2nd Layer, Lifespan. You have successfully seized 42 years of Qin Yuan, Core Formation Realm 6th Layer, Lifespan. Altogether 26 people. The lowest cultivation was also in the Core Formation Realm, including 2 Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Sin. Guan secretly repented, not because he wanted to go on a killing spree, but because this group approached his Medicine Valley. The gale pressed on, lasting for a long time. After the storm calmed, Leah stood up straight. He whispered, "It seems we can only hide in Medicine Valley for now. There's danger everywhere. I told you. First, follow me into the valley." Leah pulled Guan and walked into Mystic Valley. Just as they entered the valley, Yang and I descended from the sky, carrying a bloody head and by Wu's nascent soul hanging on her sword blade. At this moment, she was full of killing intent, making the disciples in the valley dare not approach. Yang and I threw Bai Wu's head in front of Wuxin, then shook her sword, shattering Bai Wu's nascent soul. She raised her sword toward Wuxin, coldly asking, "Do you have any last words?" Wuxin turned pale, trembling all over. "Stop!" Guan quickly rushed over to stand in front of Wuxin. Yang and I's eyes were cold. She said, "He is from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but he's been with us for decades and has never harmed us. He probably has no choice. Once this is over, it'll make him leave the Supreme Sect." Guan said through gritted teeth, determined. His words made Yang and I frown. Wuxin was very moved. He dared not look at the other disciples, wishing he could find a hole to hide in at that moment. Yang and I took a step forward, her sword tip almost reaching Gu's throat. Guan glanced at Leah, shouting, "Senior Brother Li, say something." Leah frowned and walked over, pushing Yang and I's sword away, saying, "Let's give him that." Clearly, those demon cultivators had a grudge against Wuxin. Yang and I sheathed her sword and turned away. Guan turned to Wuxin and said, "Sorry, Senior Brother, we won't be able to keep you here in the future. Returning to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion will surely bring you torment. Find a place to hide and live under a different name. As long as you have goodness in your heart, no matter where you come from, you could be a good person." His sincere words made Wuxin tear up. He knelt with a thud, kowtowing to him. Lia's frown relaxed, sighing slightly. Yang and I glanced at Guan, her eyes showing surprise. Listening to Gu's words, it was evident that he had long known Wuxin's identity, and Wuxin seemed unwilling to be a cultivator of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Guan pulled Wuxin up and had him hide inside the house to avoid being recognized by other disciples from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Leah looked at Yang and I and transmitted a message. "Why are you here? Do you need to ask? Tell him I don't want to fight for the throne. But he said he owed your mother and had to pass the throne to you. The Crown Prince is virtuous, talented, and has a 3-spirit root qualification. He's the ideal Crown Prince. It's useless to tell me this. The two communicated through voice transmission. Yang and I kept our eyes fixed on Guan, her thoughts unknown. Leah reminded through voice transmission, "Do not harm my junior brother, or I won't recognize anyone." Yang and I ignored him. After Baiwu's attack, Mystic Valley fell silent. The disciples gathered in the courtyard, murmuring, all discussing Wuxin's identity. The calamity of the Supreme Sect continued. More battles erupted, and the pressure of battle increased. Guan kept an eye on the Qinghong's sword at his waist. Fortunately, it did not show any signs of encountering danger like the white spirit sword would. An ancient hour later, no more demon cultivators came to Mystic Valley. Guan could not remain still any longer. He found Leah and told him he was going to another Medicine Valley, leaving Leah and Yang and I to guard Mystic Valley. Leah knew that the Medicine Valley was in the intersect, certainly safer than Mystic Valley, so he nodded in agreement. This time, Yang and I did not cling to Guan. In her mind, Leah was naturally more important. Before leaving, Guan left an ancient gold-swallowing insect inside the house. He had established a soul connection with every ancient gold-swallowing insect and could get updates on Mystic Valley through the insect at any time. After stepping onto the transmission array platform, Guan quickly arrived at the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he arrived, he heard deafening roars from all directions. He opened his eyes to see dark clouds rolling in the sky. Although it was winter, the air was filled with summer heat. Seeing him arrive, Xiaochuan immediately came up, forcibly suppressing his panic, and asked, "Senior brother, what should we do?" Guan noticed Elder Tian was still there, so he did not panic. He immediately cast a lifespan detection while answering, "Don't panic, trust our sect." LV Baitian, Nascent Soul Realm 9 Layers 754/1560/30/200 Goodness. That realm rose quickly. It was stable. Guan thought to himself, curious about where Elder Tian's absorbed spiritual energy came from. He told Xiaochuan to stay nearby and not run around. Then he walked away, intending to patrol the Medicine Valley. Passing by Elder Tian, he sensed a hidden and strong spiritual energy flow within Elder Tian's body, which shocked him. Elder Tian was not absorbing nature's spiritual energy. Was his spiritual power born out of nothing within his body? This feeling, it was as if Elder Tian had a portal to an exotic world inside his body, spiritual power endlessly pouring out from it. Very strange. What cultivation technique was this guy practicing? Valley Master, battles are happening everywhere. Don't run around. Elder Tian's voice came. He turned his head to see Elder Tian sitting cross-legged under a tree, eyes closed. His posture was completely different from usual, his body straight, exuding an indescribable air of power. "I'll go check on those medicinal herbs, won't run around." Guan left in haste, tossing these words behind. Elder Tian opened his eyes, watching his back, showing a look of gratification. With such disciples, how could I bear to see the Supreme Sect fall? Elder Tian murmured. Guan, who had run 100 feet away, heard it. Guan kept his face expressionless as if he hadn't heard it. He genuinely cared about those medicinal herbs. The 50 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples guarding Medicine Valley were all in battle, including Ji Xiaoyu and Gu Yu, each fighting multiple enemies with a dire situation. Along the way, Guan quickly checked the medicinal herbs. He picked any that were about to mature to prevent them from being damaged in the battle, a real loss if that happened. While advancing, Guan heard a cry. Looking up, he saw fiery Qilins appearing on the horizon, with a figure hidden in the leading Qilin. It was Ji Xiaoyu. Qilin stepped. She took a step, her figure like a ghost. The fiery Qilin collided with a demon cultivator in the core formation realm, smashing him to pieces, and the golden core melted, displaying overwhelming power. Guan felt her aura and speed were on par with low-level nascent soul realm cultivators. Ji Xiaoyu seemed to sense his gaze and glanced back during the battle. She practiced Qilin Step, casting spells with her sword, unmatched by anyone. Gradually, more demon cultivators swarmed toward her, with various spells attacking her from all directions, grandly. Ji Xiaoyu's eyes sharpened, and a powerful wave burst from her body, blasting away the surrounding demon cultivators by miles. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators exploded on the spot. She raised the treasure sword in her right hand and thrust it skyward. Spiritual power surged up the blade and shot into the sky, forming a golden disk 10 miles in diameter, containing profound and mysterious runes. Gu An's keen eyes easily recognized that the wave Ji Xiaoyu had just released was a divine skill, Heaven and Earth Path Gang. Previously, Jiang Xiong had stolen the Divine Power Collection containing Heaven and Earth Path Gang from the Ji family's birthday banquet, which Gun often contemplated. As for the divine skill after Heaven and Earth Path Gang, he hadn't seen it, but could sense a power beyond core formation realm. This lattice talent and comprehension were truly terrifying. To master 2 divine skills at the core formation realm. Golden dragon shadows burst forth from the golden phenomenon, like a dragon herd coming from other worlds, rushing toward demon cultivators everywhere, scaring them into panicked evasion. Some cast spells to resist, but their spiritual power was shredded by the golden dragons. Then they were hit and swallowed into the dragons' mouths. As they were mere shadows, Guan could see the demon cultivators swallowed, burned alive by mysterious golden flames until nothing remained. After moving forward 10 miles, Guan found no demon cultivators within 5 miles of Ji Xiaoyu. In one breath, she had killed over 100 core formation realm cultivators and more than 300 foundation establishment realm cultivators. That was just what Guan saw. She had fought for a long time before he arrived. Ji Xiaoyu hovered in midair, holding her sword, breathing slightly, with sweat beading on her snow-white forehead. She suddenly turned around, her brows furrowed. Following her gaze, countless monsters and evil ghosts like a black ocean approached from the horizon, densely packed, impossible to count. In front of the monster army was a black-robed man standing on a bone sword, holding a large black flag. Ji family's Qilin Step, Heaven and Earth Path Gang, and Heavenly Dragon demon-suppressing form. At such a young age, you have mastered so many powerful techniques. If you grow further, you will dominate the world single-handedly. The black-robed man's icy voice rang out, followed by a terrifying pressure enveloping all the world. Chapter 87. Angry Guan. Elvi Batian descends Guan, who was picking medicinal herbs, heard the words of the black-robed man and couldn't help but look up. With a clear view, he could see that person's face clearly, so he cast a lifespan detection on him. Let's see what cultivation level you have, boasting like that. Suju, Void Crossing Realm. 9th layer, 982/2200/2300, Void Crossing Realm. 9th layer. Impressive. Guan looked from a distance. He had no intention of making a move. Perhaps there was a great cultivator from the Ji family watching over Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Suju, her eyes indifferent, showing no fear of his almost overwhelming aura. The heavenly dragon, demon-suppressing form above her head began to descend, then stood upright and hovered behind her. Strands of golden dragons emerged from it, surrounding her, making her look like the master of a dragon horde, majestic and imposing. Seeing that Ji Xiaoyu was preparing to fight, Suju's face showed a sneer. He raised the black banner in his hand and was about to speak when a cold snort resounded through the heavens and earth. Suju, as the vice sect hierarch of the Huanin sect, bullying a junior, don't you feel ashamed? Vice sect hierarch of the Huanin sect? Guan remembered Lin Futian saying that Su Rui's father was already the vice sect hierarch of the Huanin sect. So it's him. As Guan thought about this, he continued moving forward. Suju raised an eyebrow and snorted. Ji Chun, I didn't expect you to come as well. It's time to settle our old scores. He leaped up and dived into the thunderclouds. Immediately, deafening roars came from the clouds, and the boundless thunderclouds began to churn violently, with occasional rays of light piercing through them and spilling down to the mortal world. A torrent of demons roared, rushing towards the third Medicine Valley like wild beasts off the leash. The aura of these demons and evil spirits was not weak. They ran swiftly in the air, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Ji Xiaoyu raised her sword, and the golden dragons from the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form immediately charged into the demon army, unstoppable. But the number of demons and evil spirits was simply too great. The golden dragons couldn't kill them all. After rampaging for over 10 miles, they dissipated as their spiritual power faded. Guan entered the forest to clear the snow accumulated in the garden area. Many medicinal herbs were crushed by the snow, causing him great distress. At the same time, his killing intent began to grow. Fight all you want, tear it all you want, just don't damage my medicinal herbs. Guan's heart was trembling. While he was worried about the medicinal herbs, Ji Xiaoyu had already fallen into the demon's encirclement. She no longer used sorcery, but fought with her twin swords, cutting down one demon or evil spirit with each strike, her momentum like a rainbow. Soon, other disciples at the core formation realm came to support her, but their numbers were still insignificant compared to the demon army. Goo goo! The cry of the heaven-swallowing dark bird suddenly sounded, drowning out all the roars of the demons and evil spirits. Guan felt annoyed. Why hasn't this creature been killed by the great cultivators of the supreme sect? Just then, Guan suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw, 30 miles away, a resentful cat demon that had been cut in half fell into a garden area, its body thrashing in pain, crushing patches of medicinal herbs. His eyes narrowed, and a streak of sword chi shot out from the ground, killing the resentful cat demon. Looking up, he saw more demons falling like rain into the third Medicine Valley. Guan's face instantly turned gloomy, and he moved his right foot to the side. At the same time, the battle in the sky remained intense. Guyu wielded a long whip, swinging it like a dragon. He shouted, "Everyone, do you have backers? Call for help quickly. My father is blocking the demons in the cold poison valley." The disciples fighting were all from the Gu and Ji families, each with a background. Without his urging, some had already taken out secret treasures, summoning reinforcements. In an instant, various rays of light and dazzling spirit lights burst forth, traversing the battlefield. In the midst of the battle, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly looked down, her face changed slightly. She saw green lights appearing on the mountains and rivers below her. These lights were rapidly growing, as if a vast green ocean would soon rise from the ground, a magnificent sight. In the distance, under a tree, Elder Tan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look towards the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Such an immense spiritual power. Is it from the Gu family or the Ji family? Elder Tian felt puzzled. He could sense that the vast spiritual power was meant to protect the Medicine Valley, so he wasn't worried and continued to practice. The green spiritual power covered half of the third Medicine Valley. Even the servant disciples near the pavilion area saw this from afar. What is that? Is this a spell? It seems to be protecting our Medicine Valley. It should be one of ours. What kind of battle is happening over there? At the edge of the third Medicine Valley, on a mountain peak, Shunjun stood on a cliff. From her vantage point, she could overlook the vast sea of spiritual power. She immediately took out pen and paper and began to sketch. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply. The green spirit sea burst out countless streaks of green sword chi. An unimaginable number of green sword chi rose into the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of sword chi slicing through the air echoed through the heavens and the earth. The disciples of the Gu and Ji families were all shocked and dodged, but they soon realized that the sword chi was aimed at the demons. One by one, the demons and evil spirits were exterminated, the sky blooming with blood-colored fireworks, tragically beautiful. Ji Xiaoyu stopped, staring at the green sword chi around her, secretly astonished. What kind of sorcery is this? The spiritual power contained in these sword chi was beyond her reach. She felt that even her great-grandfather was not its match. The green sword chi did more than just rise into the air. It could also hunt down demons. In less than 10 breaths, the world fell silent. Countless streaks of green sword chi hovered in the air. Blood mist filled the sky, but could not obscure their presence. The sword chi dissipated, and there were no more traces of demons or evil spirits. All the fighting disciples were stunned, staring blankly around. In the forest, Guan exhaled softly. This wave of exertion took a toll, not just in casting the spell, but also in controlling the sword chi to avoid harming the Supreme Sect disciples. Looking at the prompts that kept popping up, his face darkened. You successfully gained 2 years of life from the resentful cat demon, Tier 3. You successfully gained 1 year of life from the flying winged snake, Tier 2. You successfully gained 1 year of life from the greedy dog, Tier 2. All were 1 year or 2 years of life, and the proportion of 2 years of life was minimal. No sign of those evil spirits' lifespans. What's going on? Guan frowned deeply. He thought of the black banner in Su Ju's hand. Could it be that these demons weren't normal living beings? Thinking carefully, it made sense. This was the inner sect. How could the demon path bring so many demons and ghosts in? It could only be a powerful demon cultivator entering and summoning them with some form of sorcery. Even so, Gu An's lifespan still began to grow rapidly, given the sheer number of demons present. At that moment, Guan suddenly felt an urge to slaughter all around him. This method is a quick way to gain lifespan, but he restrained this impulse. Excessive slaughter could bring disaster. He should stick to his previous path to power, with no enemies, and grow stronger discreetly, because he still wasn't sure how far the highest realm in this mortal world was from him. Before becoming invincible, it was best to be cautious. From another perspective, if he saw an ant on the ground rapidly growing by devouring other insects, he would certainly kill it. Just as the ant couldn't see him in the sky, he couldn't see those in higher realms, like the Immortals. As long as the mystic yellow dragon energy skill could still be upgraded, it meant there were people who could see through its concealment sorcery. Stay steady, don't get reckless. Guan relied only on growing flowers and medicinal herbs. It might not be the fastest way to grow, but it was the safest. As the years passed, he could develop into the strongest without enemies. He stopped thinking about it and continued inspecting the medicinal herbs in the forest, clearing away the accumulated snow. When all the prompts settled, he had gained over 50,000 years of life. He had observed that the demon army had at least 200,000 members. This meant most of those demons weren't living spirits. The means of a demon path were truly sinister. As the demon army was completely annihilated, the crisis in the Third Medicine Valley was temporarily resolved, but the battle between Su Ju and Ji Chun continued above the clouds, the two evenly matched. Above the clouds, Su Ju held the black banner, surrounded by vast demonic chi, the dazzling golden light shining on his face. Following his gaze, there floated a heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, more magnificent than Ji Xiaoyu's form, with golden dragons emerging as if they were true dragons. In front of the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form stood a man in a large robe, his back to the golden light, making it hard to see his true face. He looked like a true immortal in the mortal world, with a commanding presence. Your demon rebirth formation is just for show, nothing more. Ji Chun spoke coldly, raising his hand. The heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form behind him burst out a golden light, which entered his hand and condensed into a long spear, emitting scorching golden flames. Su Ju snorted coldly, suddenly turned, and transformed into a mass of demonic chi, swiftly flying towards the horizon. Ji Chun immediately pursued, preceded by the golden dragons, looking like a golden dragon horde towing the sun, its light illuminating the heavens and earth, radiating divine might. After Ji Chun and Su Ju left, the third Medicine Valley finally regained its calm, and Guan continued his work. An ancient hour later, Guan reached a small river and moved all the nearby snow into it to melt. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. He pretended to be startled, stumbling back 2 steps. "It's you?" "You." Seeing the visitor's face, Guan asked in surprise. "LV Batian, Void Crossing Realm. Second layer 754/1950/3200. What's with this ghostly speed?" Elder Tian was still wearing simple clothes, but his body had become robust, his withered hair floating, gradually regaining vitality. Even his skin looked younger. Under Guan's gaze, he rapidly looked decades younger, appearing to be just over 30, with a head of white hair like silver threads floating. Transformation? Elder Tian slightly raised his chin, hovered above the ground, looking down at Guan, and said, "Do you hate these demon path cultivators?" Guan's mind raced, pretending to be uneasy and nervous as he replied, "I hate." "In that case, let me take you to wipe out the demon path. How about it?" Who are you really?" Elder Tian was just a temporary name I used. My real name is LV Batian. Have you heard of it? Chapter 88. If you become my disciple, you will be the next sect leader. Good disguise. Guan looked at the arrogant LV Batian and thought in a daze. LV Batian's chin lifted even higher, thinking his boldness had shocked the young man. "Are you the previous sect leader who went mad from cultivation deviation?" Guan asked, feigning shock. "Deviation from cultivation." LV Batian's face twitched, and he snorted. "That was deliberate on my part. But you're only at the Qi cultivation realm now. How can you eradicate the demon path?" "Kid, I merely compressed my spiritual power into my primordial spirit and pretended to go mad. I just wanted to show those people what the Supreme Sect would become without me." LV Batian's tone was full of contempt, obviously directed at the Hall of Elders. Guan remained silent. The battle between LV Batian and the Hall of Elders. How many innocent disciples would die? "Let's go." LV Batian raised his hand, intending to grab Guan's shoulder, which made him quickly retreat. "I'm not going. It's too dangerous." Guan shook his head. He had to guard Medicine Valley. LV Batian chuckled mockingly. "Don't you want to see how the battle between righteous and demon paths ends?" Guan frantically shook his head like a rattle drum, waving his hand. "I'd better stay and watch over Medicine Valley." "Don't worry, your Medicine Valley will be fine. Just now, I released an aura, and a great cultivator is on the way." LV Batian no longer referred to himself as this seed, and his tone had softened. Guan indeed sensed an aura of the void crossing realm quickly approaching. The foundation of the Supreme Sect was truly profound. How many cultivators of the void crossing realm were hidden? LV Batian acted again. Guan could see his movements, but couldn't dodge, so he could only comply. Grabbing Guan's shoulder, LV Batian disappeared from the spot with him. During the swift capture, Guan maximized the mystic yellow dragon energy skill, concealing his golden core and primordial spirit, making himself appear to be a foundation establishment realm cultivator. It turned out he worried too much. LV Batian didn't take the opportunity to examine his body. After 10 breaths, LV Batian stopped, bringing Gu into a grand hall. The hall was spacious, with stone pillars on both sides entwined with true dragons, phoenixes, qilin, and other divine beast auspicious carvings unfamiliar to Gu and LV Batian let go, stepping forward, leaving a sentence. "Wait here, my power hasn't fully recovered yet." Guin, through lifespan detection, could see he hadn't recovered to his peak. These words from LV Batian's mouth sounded like nonsense. Your power hasn't recovered, and you're still acting tough? Releasing your aura, aren't you afraid your enemies will seize this opportunity to eliminate you? Wait, This reckless guy forced me to follow. Could he have found out in the sore venerable Fu Dao? Guan thought of this and broke into a cold sweat. He watched LV Batian climb the steps, sitting in a golden chair, like a supreme ruler, imposing. He could tell LV Batian was indeed cultivating, with spiritual power rapidly flowing within. The hall fell silent, and Guan pondered LV Batian's intentions. After a while, Guan sensed two auras approaching quickly, one of which felt familiar. And how? The other aura had already reached the unification realm. He didn't turn around, just walked to a nearby stone pillar to wait. A few breaths later, two figures flew into the hall. Guan looked up, directly using lifespan detection. Lei Zhan, first layer of unification realm 1465/2700/2750. Lei Zhan? Guan had never heard of him. Thinking sect leader Chu Tianqi had arrived. It seemed Chu Tianqi's cultivation level was much higher. Gu An's confidence in his cultivation level of the 9 layers of unification realm wavered. After this tribulation, he had to work harder to accumulate lifespan. Being the strongest in the supreme sect wasn't enough. He had to survive the great demon tribulation too. This realization brought pressure to Gu and LV Batian. You're still alive. Lei Zhan spoke loudly as he walked towards LV Batian, his voice booming like a bell. He was burly, wearing an embroidered black robe, with a mysterious and fierce beast head on his back, holding thunder in its mouth, making him look even more formidable. 16-year-old and how had grown taller, wearing a fitted blue robe, his long hair tied high, with 2 strands of black hair fluttering like swords. His handsome face couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. Guan felt very gratified looking at him now. So handsome like me. And Hao noticed his gaze and looked back, nodding slightly. Lei Zhan, do you now hope I'm alive or dead? LV Batian's voice echoed, not opening his eyes, his tone indifferent and more oppressive than when he faced Guan. Lei Zhan stood in the hall, eyeing LV Batian, squinting. Void crossing realm. Looks like you were still affected. LV Batian didn't respond. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. And Hao came to Gu In's side, transmitting his voice. Brother, who? Is this LV Batian? Guan looked at him in surprise. He didn't know, and still came? And Hao followed with a voice transmission. I was captured. My master had Elder Lei protect me as we retreated, but Elder Lei suddenly turned and brought me here. Guan couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. In front of them, do you think our sound transmission skill is useful? And Hao looked towards Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan's robe fluttered slightly, an overwhelming aura brewing, poised to erupt at any moment. LV Batian, since you fake your death, don't come back. The Supreme Sect doesn't need you. As Lei Zhan's words fell, the Grand Hall's doors slammed shut. An immense aura enveloped the entire hall, making Hao's breath hitch. Attacking me, the former sect leader, in front of juniors? LV Batian's voice echoed, never opening his eyes. Lei Zhan stepped forward, a chance for him to witness the cutthroat reality of the immortal cultivation world. He suddenly lunged at LV Batian, right palm raised, slapping towards LV Batian's skull. Boom! 2 powerful spiritual forces collided, unleashing a terrifying gust, making the entire hall tremble. Guan pretended to struggle to withstand it, and Hao stepped in front of him, using his own spiritual power to shield him. This kid, Guan felt gratified seeing Hao's protective stance. Despite being only 16, Hao had already reached the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment Realm. In terms of aura, Guan felt he wasn't inferior to an 8th layer cultivator of the same realm. Unfortunately, he was facing the aura of a unification realm cultivator. And Hao gritted his teeth, but was still forced back by the auras of Lei Zhan and LV Batian. Guan sensed something, looking ahead, seeing Lei Zhan trembling despite attacking, his aura weakening rapidly, while another aura surged quickly. LV Batian, you impossible! Lei Zhan suddenly exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief and despair. LV Batian slowly stood up, both feet leaving the ground, floating, looking down at him. LV Bastian's expression was icy. 9 layers of void crossing realm. LV Bastian's cultivation increased by several layers at once. Furthermore, he was breaking through to the unification realm, releasing his true power. And Hao was also captivated by LV Bastian's power, eyes full of wonder. You tricked me, defying fate, divine skill. Lei Jun trembled, his voice filled with shock and anger. LV Batian looked down at him, mocking. Lei Jun, you remain as reckless as ever. How many died due to your rashness? You've never learned. Today, it's your turn to face the consequences. I wanted to wait for Chu Tianqi, but you came to die instead. It'll take your cultivation. Don't flee too quickly in the afterlife. Chu Tianqi will join you soon. As he finished, LV Batian raised his right hand, pressing it against Lei Jun's forehead. Lei Jun struggled desperately, unable to break free. Guan could see his primordial spirit struggling too. LV Batian used a baffling skill to suppress Lei Jun's body and primordial spirit while devouring his spiritual power. Guan was also frightened. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Boom! LV Batian's aura surged to new heights, while Lei Jun knelt, his body withering visibly, wild black hair turning white. First layer of unification realm. Meanwhile, the pressure on Guan and Hao lessened, LV Batian retracting his aura to spare them. And Hao sighed in relief, standing quietly before Guan, watching. Guan felt helpless, having taught the boy too little. Instead of escaping, he chose to watch, leaving Guan speechless. LV Batian's aura rose constantly, while Lei Jun's waned, the hall's shaking subsiding. After a while, LV Batian completely drained Lei Jun's spiritual power. After releasing him, Lei Jun toppled back, rolling down the steps. Struggling, face full of pain, he raised a hand towards LV Batian, seemingly to plead for mercy. LV Batian lifted his right hand, flicked his finger, and a bloody energy pierced Lei Jun's forehead, dissipating his primordial spirit. Gathering spirit divine finger. Guan sensed LV Batian's aura had reached the 3rd level of unification realm, still overflowing with spiritual power. LV Batian's cultivation far surpassed the 3rd level of unification realm. This power threatened the entire demon path. Guan remained vigilant, fearing LV Batian's possible attacks. After all, LV Batian's son LV Xian was also deranged. LV Batian ignored Hao, turning to Guan, smiling. What do you think? Do I qualify to eradicate the demon path now? Guan answered nervously. You are the sect leader, of course. He stepped forward, standing before Hao. Guan, worship me as your master, and you'll be the next sect leader. LV Batian commanded imperiously. Guan was troubled, smiling bitterly. Sect leader, my talent is mediocre. No matter how you cultivate me, I want to earn the sect's approval. When you pass the position to me, chaos would ensue in the supreme sect. LV Batian sneered. What if I transfer my cultivation to you before my time ends? Guan was stumped by his words, but he couldn't take the sect leader role. Even mighty LV Batian was forced into fake death to pass on leadership. He didn't want the trouble. Moreover, by the time LV Batian neared his end, his cultivation would likely mean little to Guan. Chapter 89. Reversing the Universe. Emperor and Immortal Guan heard LV Batian's words and couldn't help but reevaluate Guan. In his eyes, Guan was too ordinary. He had instinctively shielded Guan earlier because his own master had also protected the weakened once. An ordinary person like this, actually being pursued for the position of sect leader? Facing LV Batian's gaze, Guan took a deep breath and said, It's still not acceptable, sect leader. Considering our years together in Medicine Valley, please spare me. I genuinely don't want any trouble. I just want to lead a simple life, growing herbs. LV Baitian's eyebrows knit together upon hearing this. No one had ever dared to refuse him, and it wasn't even the first time. Guin continued, I heard from the vice sect leader that you only love cultivation usually. If you want to pass the position to me, it's probably because you want me to handle affairs for you. Why not establish one more level above the elders, limited to 3 people, for handling all sect matters? These 3 people should be chosen from the Hall of Elders and only report to you. Also, ensure that the sect leader's position can only be chosen from these 3, so the Hall of Elders won't obstruct it. LV Baitian's tightly furrowed brows began to relax. He looked deeply at Guin, but did not respond. His gaze shifted to Enhao. What is your name, and what is your relationship to Chu Tianqi? LV Baitian asked. Enhao immediately cupped his fists and replied, My name is Enhao. I am 16 years old and joined the Supreme Sect over 3 years ago. Chu Tianqi is my master. This kid was clever, deliberately emphasizing his entry time and age. By doing this, he revealed his talent and indicated that his relationship with Chu Tianqi was not deep. Guin thought with relief. If LV Baitian insisted on killing Enhao, he wouldn't hesitate. Honestly, no matter how one looked at it, LV Baitian was not a qualified sect leader, but Chu Tianqi was even more reprehensible. Enhao, you're the one with the heavenly spirit root? The genius taken by the Hall of Elders right after joining the outer sect? Guin seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise. Enhao nodded, his expression neither arrogant nor humble, calmly looking at LV Baitian. LV Baitian scrutinized him and said, If I were to make you my disciple, would you be willing? Enhao immediately replied, Of course, but I cannot go against my master. Although I've only met him a few times, he still bears the name of my master. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Deep down, Enhao is extremely wary of LV Baitian. The cultivation technique LV Baitian had displayed earlier was too sinister, no different from those of demon cultivators. However, he had to survive. What was Chu Tianqi? He only had one true master. LV Baitian laughed, stepping down the steps and walking toward Guin and Enhao. From now on, Enhao, you will be this seat's personal disciple. As for you, Guin, since you refuse to be my disciple, I won't force you. After this ordeal, if you need anything, feel free to ask me, and I will visit you often in the future. LV Baitian said with a smile, his demeanor no longer domineering, more like a kind elder. He flicked his sleeve, and both Guin and Enhao were swept away by his spiritual power. When Enhao opened his eyes again, he found himself in the sky, standing on a dark cloud, with LV Baitian in front of him and Guin beside him. LV Baitian unleashed a terrifying aura, stirring the thunderclouds, causing countless cultivators in the city below to look up. He flicked his hand, releasing strength energy, killing a divinity transformation realm demon cultivator tens of miles away. The demon cultivator's primordial spirit was obliterated along with his physical body. Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. The Gathering Spirit Divine Finger he used did not create as much commotion as the one Guin used, but its lethality was no weaker. He soared into the city on the cloud, killing demons with a flick of his finger, unstoppable. Enhao was stunned. What kind of spell was this? Guin, on the other hand, was sensing LV Baitian's aura. It was still growing. More and more people noticed LV Baitian. The demon cultivators were trembling with fear, and the morale of the Supreme Sect soared. Who is that? So strong. Wait a minute. Isn't that the former sect leader? How is that possible? You mean Sect Master LV? Is he really Sect Master LV? That demon cultivator had killed hundreds of core formation realm disciples, yet he was killed with a single finger. What level of cultivation is that? This aura, my heavens, below in the intersect city, a commotion broke out. Guin and Enhao stood behind LV Baitian, watching his massacre. News of LV Baitian's return quickly spread, with the demon disciples relaying the message. In less than 30 minutes, Every battlefield in the Supreme Sect knew that LV Batian had returned and was killing indiscriminately. In another intersect city, a group of demon cultivators set up an array platform amidst the ruins. The leading purple-dressed woman frowned at a nearby disciple and asked solemnly, "Where is Su Lian, the demon lord? Why hasn't he set up the array yet?" No one could answer her. The other disciples of the Heavenly Extinction Sect were also anxious, feeling an extremely terrifying aura in the distance, making their hearts tremble. Yang and Li sensed it as well in Mystic Valley. The two stood on the mountaintop, looking toward the horizon. Leah frowned and asked, "What realm is this?" Yang did not answer, as she was unsure herself. The only thing she could feel was that this aura was not demonic chi, but pure and just indicating that the Supreme Sect was about to achieve victory. She wasn't surprised by this. Throughout history, the Supreme Sect always managed to turn danger into safety. In this land, no sect had stood longer than the Supreme Sect. Tianya Valley, Li Xiandao, LV Xian, Ilu Yun, and Luo Hun stood together on the mountaintop, looking toward the direction of the Supreme Sect. Defying fate divine skill is truly incredible. Definitely the #1 miracle skill of this era, Li Xiandao marveled. Iluyun snorted. What miracle skill? It's clearly an evil skill. The bad practices of the Supreme Sect all started with him. LV Xian nodded. The old man hasn't been in seclusion all the time. He just pretends not to know many things. His fake death was probably a ploy to cleanse the Supreme Sect and strike at the demon path. That's his usual style. He's too arrogant, thinking he can handle any storm with his level of cultivation. Talking about LV Batian, his tone was very complicated. If that person were still here, LV Batian would have a hard time, Illuyan remarked. LV Xian responded, and the two continued discussing LV Batian. Li Xiandao looked into the distance, his eyes deep. For a long time, LV Xian noticed Li Zuando's prolonged silence and comforted him. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Although the old man is strong, his talent is not as great as mine. Give me time, and I will surpass him." Li Xiandao laughed. "Then you better work hard to grow. I can't wait forever. When I reach unification, I will take down the old man's head and present it to your Majesty," LV Xian said confidently, causing Luo Hun to glance at him involuntarily. At dusk, Guan landed on the grass of the Third Medicine Valley, looking up to see no sign of LV Batian or Hao. He had followed LV Batian in a killing spree in the intersect. LV Batian said that since he didn't want to be the next sect leader, he couldn't witness the upcoming events, so he dropped him off along the way. Besides Lei Zhun, LV Batian had not encountered any other great cultivators of the unification realm, but the power LV Batian displayed caused Gu to feel a sense of crisis. For now, their relationship was good, but what if they had a falling out? Guan could sense LV Batian's strong, killing intent, something he didn't have when disguised as Elder Tian. One had to admit, this guy could truly control his nature. Such people were the most terrifying. Guan pondered as he began checking the nearby medicinal herbs. Before long, a figure flew over and landed beside him. It was Shunjun. "The one who brought you back earlier. Is he LV Batian, the former sect leader of the Supreme Sect?" Shunjun asked curiously, her tone somewhat excited. Guan nodded, asking, "Why? Are you very interested?" "Of course. He was recognized by my father as his lifelong enemy. How did he revive? What did you see while following him?" Shunjun was thrilled, even taking out paper and pen. Guan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Big sister, can you be less obvious when trying to gather information? You may be brave, but I'm scared. I don't want to be branded a traitor." He suspected Shunjun wasn't that simple-minded, but she had no reason to harm him, leading to one possible explanation. She's cunning. She probably just wanted to see others in awkward situations. Shunjun kept pressuring Guan with questions, pestering him for a long time until he couldn't take it anymore. "If you keep following me, He'll write a medical hero travelogue and make you the first woman the protagonist meets, complete with illustrations, more vivid than the ones you draw. Guan glared at her. Xinzhen's face turned red instantly. She glared at Guan, stomped her foot in embarrassment, then turned and flew away. Guan was stunned. Why didn't she scold him? This expression didn't look like anger. Guan shook his head with a smile and continued to check the Medicine Valley. The sun set, the moon rose. That night, the Supreme Sect was restless. When Guan returned to Mystic Valley, he could sense strong divine sense sweeping past occasionally. Demonic chi and demon energy were decreasing. It looked like the Supreme Sect was on the verge of victory. Under the moonlit night, snowflakes gently drifted down. Gu and Leah sat on the threshold, chatting softly about the history of the Supreme Sect. Most of the time, Leah was talking and Guan was asking questions. Until dawn, Leah's Intersect Disciple token received an order summoning all Intersect disciples back to the city. He had to bid farewell to Guan. After Leah left, Guan looked at Yang and I and used the sound transmission skill to ask, "The righteous and the demonic battle is almost over. Aren't you going back?" Yang and I glanced at him and responded with sound transmission skill. "When did I ever say I'd only protect you until this battle was over?" "What do you mean? I will stay by your side from now on, by Li Zuando's orders." "Really? You can go ask him if you want." Guan was silent for a moment, then used sound transmission to ask, "Is the Emperor powerful?" He wanted to know how others viewed Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao wanted to be the eternal emperor, but was suppressed by the Immortal Cultivation sect. Wasn't the most powerful and influential person in the Immortal Cultivation sect LV Batian? Li Xiandao had even poached LV Batian's son, LV Xian. Guan felt that these two would clash one day. With Li Zuando's talent, he could indeed rise suddenly. He was publicly known to be at the core formation realm, perhaps to guard against LV Batian. The confrontation between these two would be the collision of Emperor's path and Immortal path. In terms of cultivation, he's mediocre, but in terms of imperial strategies, he's formidable. Yang and I responded via sound transmission, her tone dripping with sarcasm, clearly holding a grudge against Li Xiandao. Guan was about to ask more when he suddenly sensed something and said, "Can you watch over the Medicine Valley for half a day? I need to go to the Outer Gate City. There is a remnant of the demon path nearby." Chapter 90. Time flies. Ranked in the Venerable Pavilion generally, Guan was not interested in demon path cultivators and avoided them as much as possible. But there was one exception. That was Su Ju. Su Ju had previously led a demon army to besiege Ji Xiaoyu, allowing Guan to gain over 50,000 years of lifespan, which left a profound impression on him. After leaving Mystic Valley, Guan flew towards the Outer Gate City. After flying quite a distance, he performed the Great Yin-Yang transformation, turning into a shadowy form, and disappeared into the mountains and forests with the infinite traceless Mystic Heaven Steppe. In a dense forest 200 miles away from Mystic Valley, Su Ju was meditating under a tree. His hair was disheveled, and his black robe was tattered, looking very miserable. Small flags were entangling his surroundings, forming a faint light shield to protect him. The vice sect hierarch of the Wanyin sect suddenly changed his expression and spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the grass, causing the weeds to wither and emit wisps of black smoke. "Damn Ji family." Su Ju gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred. During the chase by Ji Chun, he had also encountered ambushes from other great cultivators of the Ji family and had nearly lost his life, making him fearful just thinking about it. The demon path gathered the might of 5 sects: the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the Ancient Sky sect, the Wanyin sect, the Heavenly Extinction sect, and the Cold Poison Valley, yet they were repelled in just one day. The strength of the Supreme Sect left Su Ju terrified. Thinking of the Ji family members in his sect, Su Ju suddenly desired to return and slaughter all Ji family cultivators. But just thinking about the might of the Ji family, he sighed. Forget it. Bear with it a little longer. Sooner or later, he would obliterate the entire Ji family. As Su Ju was lost in thought, a gust of wind suddenly came from deep within the forest, causing him to instinctively look over. Bang! The formation around him suddenly shattered, and a purple-black figure appeared in front of him, pressing a finger against his temple with an intimidating aura that rendered him immobile. Demon Shadow, Divine Skill, which high-ranking member of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion are you? Su Ju's expression changed drastically, and he asked cautiously, did the Thousand Autumn Pavilion have such a powerful presence? He was in the 9th layer of the Void Crossing realm. Even though he was seriously injured, a cultivator at Void Crossing shouldn't be able to suppress him. I have a question. Guin spoke, his voice hoarse. Su Ju felt a bit relieved internally and replied, please ask, Senior. Damn, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. I must lead the Wanine sect to flatten you all. Guin suddenly remembered that Su Ju was Su Rui's father, and Su Rui had died by his hand. Forget it. Just as Guin's voice rang out, a stream of sword chi shot through Su Ju's temple along his fingertip, severely damaging his primordial spirit. Su Ju's pupils dilated, and before he could fall, Guin followed up with the soul-capturing skill to search his memories. The spells of the Jiangxiong sect were very practical, and Guin could use them for a long time. The memory of a 9th layer Void Crossing realm cultivator was vast, but Guin only searched for spells related to the demon army, which had only been yesterday, making it easy to find. Half an hour later, Guin withdrew his hand, and Su Ju fell to the ground. You successfully seized 153 years of lifespan from Su Ju, 9th layer Void Crossing realm. Good. The lifespan gained was quite high. Guin suddenly found Su Ju quite agreeable and took Su Ju's storage bag, then burned his corpse to ashes. After doing all this, he finally left. He did not return to Mystic Valley, but actually headed towards the Outer Gate City. Outside the Outer Gate City, there was a massive, giant peak, which upon closer inspection was actually the corpse of a giant bird. Heaven-swallowing dark bird. Its corpse lying on the ground was several thousand feet tall, larger than the surrounding mountains. Standing on a flying sword, Guin observed from afar, filled with curiosity about where such a gigantic beast lived usually. He felt that the Taitsong dynasty should not have a habitat for such a bird. It was probably captured by the demon path from beyond the 9 dynasties. After the great battle, the gates of the Outer Gate City had become heavily guarded, scrutinizing every entering and exiting disciple thoroughly. Upon entering the city, Guin went to find Yilan first. He encountered Yilan patrolling street. Senior brother, what brought you here? The moment Yilan saw Gu, and her icy face bloomed into a smile. Her subordinates tactfully dispersed. It was not the first time they had seen Gu and knew about their relationship. I came to check on you. How are you? Not injured, are you? Guin asked concernedly, and Yilan shook her head, then pulled him aside to talk about the events of the previous day. After the battle yesterday, the Outer Gate City had suffered heavy casualties, mainly due to a terrifying demon called the Underworld Demon Emperor launching an attack within the city, breaking the city's formation and plunging it into a bitter struggle. In the end, the Underworld Demon Emperor left triumphantly, leaving a shadow in the hearts of all in the Outer Gate City. Listening to this, Guin felt even more the brutality of the immortal cultivation world. Fortunately, those he cared about were safe. After chatting with Yilan for a while, Guin took his leave. He went to the area around the Heavenly Repair platform, and the number of people on the platform had significantly dwindled, with most of the remaining individuals being injured. The ghost mother of Ephemera was still there, with bloodstains on her body, as if she were truly a disciple fighting for the supreme sect. It seemed she was not aligned with the demon path or the underworld demon emperor. After scanning around the Heavenly Repair platform, Guin went to find Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong was at her residence. After closing the door, Guin looked at her and asked, "Didn't you say this city wouldn't be affected?" Jiang Qiong sat in a chair, looking very distressed, her chi and blood unstable, clearly injured. The situation changed. The information I received was false. It seems the Thousand Autumn Pavilion already suspects me. Jiang Xiong took a deep breath and said softly. Hearing this, Guan felt a bit happy and said, "In that case, you might as well abandon the dark side and join the light. Sever ties with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." He had too many undercover identities, and he himself felt conflicted about it. He needed to discard some. Jiang Xiong shook her head, saying, "It's not that easy." Guan did not comfort her, but instead asked, "By the way, did the sword Venerable Fu Dao show up?" He was very concerned about who was impersonating him. No, that person was not Sword Venerable Fu Dao at all, but a spy from the Demon Path, who had been lurking in the Supreme Sect for hundreds of years, posing as Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Once the Demon Path learned his true identity, their fear of him dissipated, prompting the launch of this great battle. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Xiong couldn't help but rub her temples. Guan asked in surprise, did the Demon Path betray each other? Or did that person turn and become Supreme Sex bait? Jiang Xiong shook her head. "I don't know. I'm very confused now. It's said that Chu Tianqi has already fled, and the late LV Baitian has taken over as the sect leader, preparing to thoroughly investigate the Supreme Sect. For the next period, you should come here less often. I need to handle the upcoming examinations from above." This morning, news from above said that the Supreme Sect will establish a venerable pavilion, which will be above the Hall of Elders. Sword Venerable Fu Dao will be one of the members, and the sect leader will select 3 individuals from the Hall of Elders to join the Venerable Pavilion. The Venerable Pavilion will reorganize the Supreme Sect and eliminate its negative practices. LV Baitian really took Guan's advice. How nice to listen to advice. Guan proposed this not only to deal with LV Baitian, but also to genuinely hope the Supreme Sect would improve. If LV Baitian didn't have time to manage, let others do it. The Hall of Elders had too many people, so by the time they reached a consensus, those below were already mired in problems. The establishment of the Venerable Pavilion should alleviate some of the difficulties for the Supreme Sect. Afterward, Jiang Xiong took out a storage bag, saying it contained high-rank seeds she had exchanged with 80% of her savings, all above the 5th rank. She told Guan to come see her again once these medicinal herbs matured. This meant they would not see each other for several years. It seemed Jiang Xiong was facing very dangerous circumstances. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion did not trust her, and the Supreme Sect might investigate her. Truly walking on thin ice. Guan could only wish her good luck in his heart, then left with the storage bag in high spirits. The Demon Path 5 sect's siege on the Supreme Sect swept through the Immortal cultivation world like a whirlwind, shaking the entire Taitsong dynasty. The Supreme Sect's strength also terrified the entire Demon Path. In the following period, the Immortal cultivation world fell into an eerie calm. After LV Baitian resumed his role as sect leader, he launched major reforms, established the Venerable Pavilion, weakened the Hall of Elders' power, and thoroughly investigated Demon Path spies, executing over 1,000 spies. After Chu Tianqi's escape, the Chu family faced LV Baitian's relentless vengeance, with all Chu family members in the sect either being killed or imprisoned. Some younger disciples with relatively good conduct were stripped of their cultivation, branded with cursed seals, and sent to the outer sect as servant disciples. Mystic Valley received a servant disciple with the surname Chu. It happened to be someone Guan knew, Chu Jingfeng. When Guan first joined the Supreme Sect and was attacked by the demon of greed in the Medicine Valley, the inner sect disciple Cheng Xiandan had invited for aid was Chu Jingfeng, who lost an arm because of it. Later, he even helped Guan clear out the evil cultivators around Mystic Valley associated with the demon of greed. Guan looked at the aged face of Chu Jingfeng sitting opposite him, feeling a mixture of emotions. The last time they talked, Chu Jingfeng had promised that if Guan ever faced any trouble, he could seek help from the Chu family. Time had passed, and the Chu family had fallen completely. Chu Jingfeng still maintained his one-armed form, wearing shabby clothes, with messy hair, a face full of stubble, and looking ragged and desolate. Brother Chu, as long as a person is alive, there is always hope. Work hard, and if you perform well, your punishment might be revoked. Guan tried to comfort him. Wu Xin had quietly left, and now, Guan, as the head of Mystic Valley, needed to cultivate new talents. He thought Chu Jingfeng was a good candidate. If Chu Jingfeng performed well, Guan could consider passing on the Taoist expansion skill to him. The Taoist expansion skill, which relied on accumulating spiritual power to break through limits, might save Chu Jingfeng, whose cultivation had been abolished. Chu Jingfeng nodded numbly without speaking. Guan didn't push him, gave some instructions, and let him go. After Chu Jingfeng left the room and closed the door behind him with a low posture, Guan could see no respect on him, only despair. Alas, so pitiful. Guan shook his head and picked up his pen to start writing. Half a year had passed since the great battle between the righteous and the demon path. Winter had gone, spring was over, and it was already summer again. At 51 years old, he had gained many feelings about life he wished to express in his book. Until dusk, Guan left the loft and reached the transmission array platform, heading to the third Medicine Valley. He sensed that Shunjun was inside his house. Since Guan had threatened to write her into his book half a year ago, they had lost contact. Now she appeared. Was she here to settle scores? After all, she was the holy daughter. How could she not care about her face? Thinking about this, Guan went upstairs to find Shunjun. Upon entering the house, he saw Shunjun calmly sitting at the table, wearing a veil and looking at him with nothing particular to do. Something was wrong. This was not like her usual self. Could she be about to lose her temper? Guan quickly closed the door, then turned to her, just about to inquire when she asked first, "Have you started writing the medical hero travelogue?" Chapter 91, 700,000 Years Lifespan. Ancient relic species. Hearing Shunjun's words, Guan almost couldn't hold back. He quickly clarified, "How could it be possible? I was just trying to scare you. I could never write such a book." He had to explain, lest Shunjun tarnish his reputation. Shunjun stared at him, seemingly trying to see through him. But he remained calm and unashamed. "All right, I believe you," Shunjun said softly, but her tone was different from before, leaving Guan unable to figure out what she was thinking. Guan walked to the tea table and started to boil water to make tea. When he placed the teacup in front of Shunjun, she finally spoke. "Actually, I came to see you for another matter." "Speak," Guan replied, then sat down at the table. Shunjun began. "It said that Elder Tian in the Medicine Valley was actually Sect Master LV Batian in disguise. Is it true?" Guan felt there was nothing to hide, so he nodded. After all, ever since the war ended 6 months ago, neither Gu Zong nor Jihan Tian had come back. Perhaps LV Batian had handled them. Gu Zong was understandable, being part of LV Batian's faction, but Jihan Tian had cursed LV Batian in the Third Medicine Valley and even openly expressed his desire to be the sect master. "I want you to introduce Sect Master LV to me in my personal capacity, not representing the Daotian sect," Shunjun said as she stared at Guan. Guan frowned, showing hesitation. Shunjun took out a red wooden box from her storage bag and said, "This is a 6th-rank spirit tree, purple mist bamboo. One segment can form a bamboo grove. Plant it at the edge of the Medicine Valley, and it will automatically form a purple mist maze array. The bamboo shoots of the purple mist bamboo are top-grade medicinal materials with a high price." "What do you mean? What's our relationship? Do we need to go this far?" Guan said solemnly, then placed the red wooden box into his storage bag and followed up seriously. "For your matter, you need only ask. They'll naturally help you." "But not again." Shunjun was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, covering her mouth. When she laughed, her eyes were indeed beautiful. Guan thought so. With his playful manner, the awkward atmosphere between them dissipated, and the conversation resumed as usual. After chatting for a long time, Shunjun finally took her leave. Guan then started wandering around the Medicine Valley, looking for a suitable place to plant the purple mist bamboo. In the end, he chose to plant it at the southern edge of the mountainous area and sent Tang Yu to specifically guard it. He began to anticipate LV Baishan's arrival. It wasn't for Shunjun. He was thinking about LV Baishan's promise. LV Baitian had said that he could ask for anything, anytime. Guan didn't want another Medicine Valley for now, but he did want high-rank herbal seeds to gradually replace the low-rank ones. If he could fill an area of 100 square miles with high-rank seeds, his lifespan income would see a leap. Once he reached a lifespan of 1,000,000 years and unlocked new functions, he would completely enhance himself. Days passed by, until the early autumn, LV Baitian finally came. He wore a black robe with dragon patterns, his black hair coiled under a jade crown, and his face was stern, looking nothing like the old Elder Tian. Now he fully exuded the aura of a sect leader. Upon meeting, Guan immediately used his lifespan detection on him. LV Baitian, Unification Realm 9th Layer, 755/3150/3200. Well, sure enough, he had reached the 9th layer of the Unification Realm. Moreover, his lifespan was close to the limit, making it very difficult to increase further. Guan suddenly thought of one thing. Before, Chu Xian performed a sacrificial array in the outer sect. Could it have been for LV Baitian? No, the Chu family had been exterminated by LV Baitian. It shouldn't have been his doing. While thinking, Guan welcomed LV Baitian. The two went inside to talk. LV Baitian took out 4 booklets from his storage bag, placed them on the table, and said, "I established the Venerable Pavilion as you suggested. These are the 4 members of the Venerable Pavilion. You can take a look." Upon hearing this, Guan immediately picked up a booklet and found that it not only contained the names and portraits of the Venerable Pavilion members, but also various detailed information, including their life experiences. He quickly flipped through, seemingly casually, but in reality, he memorized all the information. The last booklet was about Sword Venerable Fu Dao, only including his title and records of his actions. In the Immortal cultivation world, he was known as Flying Leaf Sword Immortal, and Supreme Sect revered him as Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Sword Venerable Fu Dao, Gugua, Ji Hengshi, Zhou Yu. How impressive! They happened to be the 3 strongest families of the Taizong dynasty, and they were all at the Unification Realm. Guan had yet to meet these 3 people. Now he had seen 6 people at the Unification Realm: LV Baitian, Ji Han Tian, Gugua, Ji Hengshi, Zhou Yu, and Lei Zhun, and this wasn't even the full strength of Supreme Sect. Guan always remembered that the strongest in Supreme Sect was the true inheritor, who had already left the Taizong dynasty. Who knew if Supreme Sect had a Supreme Elder? Guan was both shocked and asked, "Sect Master, is it appropriate to show me this kind of thing?" LV Baitian smiled. "If you ever want to write a book similar to Investiture of the Gods, you can include Supreme Sect. Supreme Sect under Supreme Immortal Venerable is somewhat playful and not deep enough. We will see. I'll finish writing Supreme Immortal Venerable first," Guan replied. Supreme Immortal Venerable had at least 5 million words, and he only published 1 book a year, each book having only about 100,000 words. Sometimes he even wrote 1 book in 2 years. It was far from being finished. The main reason was that Supreme Immortal Venerable brought significant Spirit Stone income, far surpassing Investiture of the Gods. He didn't want to let it go for now. LV Baitian laughed and didn't urge him. Guan appropriately put forward Shunjun's request, and LV Baitian agreed immediately, saying she could meet him today without any hesitation. Guan then asked, "Sect Master, do your previous words to me still count?" "Why? Had a change of heart and want to be the Sect Master now." LV Baitian squinted and asked, clearly pleased. "No, you said I could ask for anything. I want more high-rank herbs. I can even help you plant them, delivering the mature herbs to you. I want to understand the various rare flowers and herbs in the world to enhance my planting techniques," Guan quickly explained. "Planting techniques." LV Baitian twitched his mouth, and looked at him oddly. In the end, LV Batian still agreed and said that in a few days he would have someone deliver the herb seeds. Afterward, Guan got up to find Shenzhen and brought her to meet LV Batian. After they met, Guan went downstairs, not disturbing their conversation. This time, LV Batian set a restriction. Even Guan couldn't eavesdrop. The two talked for an ancient hour before dispersing, with LV Batian leaving first. Shenzhen stood beside Guan, watching him depart. Shenzhen turned to look at him and asked with a smile, "Aren't you curious about what we talked about?" Guan shook his head. "I don't dare to ask, nor do I want to know. I'm afraid of causing trouble." I gave him a piece of information in exchange for Supreme Sect's strongest sound technique. "When I master it, they'll show it to you," Shenzhen said with a smile. After speaking, she jumped up and flew toward her cave. Guan didn't think much of it. Shenzhen's actions had nothing to do with him as long as they didn't threaten him. He began to look forward to LV Batian's high-rank herbal seeds. 5 days later, LV Batian's people arrived, handing Guan a storage bag. He checked it with his divine sense. The grades were high, and there were tens of thousands of seeds, including a booklet and a letter. Guan returned to his room to read the letter. LV Batian said these seeds were provided personally by him, not using the sect's wealth. If Guan planted them well, he could take half of the revenue. If he failed, he must become his disciple. Upon reading this, Guan felt helpless. He could understand why LV Batian was so obsessed with taking him as a disciple. Could it be that he was captivated by my personality charm? In a blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During these 5 years, no major events had happened in Supreme Sect. Guan's life became very peaceful. Guan was still pondering when Leah directly leapt out of the window. He couldn't get rid of that bad habit. Guan looked at Yang and I and asked, "He's gone, what about you?" "Not leaving. Following you to plant flowers and herbs feels interesting, much better than fighting and killing," Yang and I replied. Chapter 92. The green vine tree becomes a spirit, the realm above unification in the forest. Guan was leading Yang and I in planting seeds. As he buried the soil, he glanced at the nearby medicinal herbs and said, "That is shy songgrass. Its leaves tend to curl up easily, and when the wind blows through, it makes a strange sound like singing. When that happens, you have to help it open its leaves to ensure it doesn't hinder its growth." Yang and I squatted beside him, listening intently, her eyes filled with curiosity. When Leah left, Yang and I said she wanted to stay and plant flowers and grass. Guan had thought she was joking, but surprisingly, she wasn't. She began participating in the planting and always asked him questions, showing great humility. After changing her attitude, Yang and I began to integrate into Mystic Valley, interacting with other servant disciples. Guan wanted to assimilate her to truly make her one of them in Mystic Valley, so he taught her very diligently. "From now on, you will be responsible for managing the medicinal herbs in this garden. Let's test your ability, see if you can protect the garden as well as you protect people." Guan stood up and smiled. Yang and I did not refuse. Instead, she showed an expression of anticipation. Soon after, Guan left, leaving Yang and I to observe the garden by herself. He returned to Mystic Valley and saw Chu Jingfeng standing in front of the wooden railing, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. Since coming to Mystic Valley, Chu Jingfeng had always been like this. When Guan assigned him tasks, he would do them, but if Guan didn't assign him chores, he would just stand there in a daze. For the sake of their past friendship, Guan decided to help him out. "Brother Chu, I just got a new swordsmanship. Would you like to help me take a look?" Guan patted Chu Jingfeng's shoulder and asked with a smile. Chu Jingfeng nodded expressionlessly, then followed him into the deserted forest. He was also a sword cultivator. Although his cultivation level had been destroyed, his memory still remained, so he believed he could help Guan. Even though he didn't speak much on normal days, he was actually very grateful to Guan. When he first arrived, He wished he could find a hole to hide in when facing Guin. But Guin didn't mock him, instead treated him very well, and maintained this attitude for many years. It couldn't be an act. He couldn't understand what Guin could possibly gain from him, and could only think that Guin was genuinely kind-hearted. After all, the disciples in the valley held Guin in high regard. Under Chu Jingfeng's gaze, Guin performed a basic sword move from the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword set. Despite his clumsy execution, lacking smoothness, it still made Chu Jingfeng's eyes light up. "Gu, Valley Master, what swordsmanship is this?" Chu Jingfeng asked, barely able to contain his excitement. As a swordsman, how could he not be thrilled to see such profound swordsmanship? Guin scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. I encountered a senior when I went to the Heavenly Repair platform before. He taught it to me, saying that if one could master this swordsmanship, one could become a sword god in the mortal world." Chu Jingfeng was about to speak, but stopped himself. Guin smiled and said, "What do you think? Do you want to learn it? It'll teach you. I only have one request, and that is for you to go back to being the person you used to be." I miss the ambitious Chu Jingfeng. Even if your cultivation is gone, you can still practice swordsmanship. Isn't there a legend that someone never absorbed any energy in their lifetime, but achieved enlightenment through swordsmanship? If others can do it, why can't you? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingfeng's face changed, and he struggled internally. In the end, he agreed. Actually, he had never wanted to be dispirited. He just couldn't find a reason to keep going. Now, suddenly, Guin's words made sense to him. Without cultivation, does that mean he can't practice swordsmanship? Shouldn't a sword cultivator face difficulties head-on? And so, Chu Jingfeng started practicing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. He learned the moves very quickly, which amazed Guin and boosted his confidence. Late at night, a few miles away from Mystic Valley, by the river, Guin moved aside some rubble, opened a stone slab, and then crawled inside. The stone slab closed behind him, and the surrounding rubble moved into place, restoring the scene to look as if it had never been disturbed. Guin followed the underground passage all the way to the 8 scenic caves. A 5-zhong-long black dragon burst from the underground river and swiftly flew before him. As usual, he took out the corpse of a demon sheep, placed it on the ground, and Sky Dragon opened its mouth to spit out a vast flame, starting to roast the sheep. "In another 2 or 3 years, it'll take you out. How about that?" Guin asked with a smile as he stroked Sky Dragon's head. Guin planned to release Sky Dragon during his next breakthrough, letting it live in the North Sea Mountains. Previously, he had hoped Sky Dragon could practice a transformation skill, but unfortunately, no such transformation skill existed. Instead, he had taught Sky Dragon the Demon Shadow Divine skill, but after years of practice, it still had not mastered it. Hearing that it could leave, Sky Dragon immediately stopped roasting the sheep and excitedly asked where it would go. Guin briefly introduced the North Sea Mountains, making Sky Dragon even more eager. He instructed it not to reveal his existence or that of the 8 scenic caves after leaving, and it promised not to. Actually, it wouldn't matter if they were exposed. By the time Guin returned from the North Sea Mountains, he would surely have surpassed the Unification Realm. Then, even the entire Thousand Autumn Pavilion wouldn't be able to take his green vine tree. Of course, he trusted that Sky Dragon would keep its mouth shut. Next, you must practice diligently, lest you get eaten by a demon as soon as you step outside, Guin teased. Sky Dragon raised its head proudly and said, "How could a dragon get eaten by a demon?" Guin stroked its dragon head, then walked toward the green vine tree. Guin valued this 7th-tier spirit tree highly. Every time he came to the 8 scenic caves, he would inspect it to prevent any issues. Under the tree, Guin looked up at the branches of the green vine tree. As he watched, his brow suddenly furrowed. He noticed a certain branch twitch slightly. Though very subtle, it indeed happened. Sky Dragon was still not far away roasting the sheep, so it wasn't a prank by him. Could this tree be becoming sentient? Thinking this, Guin found it increasingly possible. This was the holy tree of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, Surely it had something mystical about it. Becoming sentient wasn't impossible. Guin continued to stare at it, but the green vine tree showed no further signs of abnormality, as if what he saw earlier was just an illusion. He used his divine sense to probe, finding nothing unusual. But doing this could serve as a warning to the green vine tree not to act out of line. After staying for an hour, Guin finally left. Going forward, there was another thing he needed to be vigilant about. He didn't worry about the green vine tree becoming sentient. In fact, he somewhat anticipated it. Spring passed and returned, and 2 years elapsed. Guin's lifespan had reached 950,000 years, and he felt that he would reach 1,000,000 years before the end of the year, filling him with anticipation and making him energetic all year. One day, Yilon visited Mystic Valley to see Guin. The two stood by the window in the pavilion, watching the busy disciples while chatting. Yilon spoke about recent major events in the Immortal cultivation world, which Guin found fascinating. A new sect had emerged called the Immerse sect. No one knew its location, but its cultivators continually invaded various demon path sects, seizing cultivation techniques, spells, treasures, and more, plunging the demon path into chaos. In contrast, the righteous path sects remained unaffected. Some said the Immerse sect was supported by the Supreme sect because a great demon cultivator had appeared who used leaves to kill enemies, reminiscent of the sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme sect. Hearing this, Guin felt displeased, thinking, why is someone else taking credit for my reputation? You've mentioned so many events, but none targeted the Supreme sect, which suggests we've established a strong reputation, Guin said with a smile. He was genuinely happy. The more peaceful the Supreme sect, the better for him. After all, he could grow stronger by planting flowers and grass. In another 50 years, no one in the 9 states would be stronger than him, right? Yilon thought for a moment and said, actually, there is. A cultivator claiming to be a ghost thief, neither righteous nor evil, appeared. He used to like stealing from the rich to give to the poor. But as his fame grew, 6 months ago, he declared he would steal the mystic pure tree from the Supreme sect, saying that the Supreme sect hoarded 90% of the Taitsong dynasty's resources and violated the heavenly Tao. He wanted to take the mystic pure tree and plant it at the edge of the heavenly pond. Mystic pure tree? Guin's brow furrowed upon hearing this. This was the 7th-tier spirit tree granted to him by the Supreme sect, which had already grown up. How could he let anyone steal it? This ghost thief was courting death. On second thought, since the thief's actions aligned with chivalrous ethos, he decided not to kill him, but would definitely teach him a lesson to prevent further attempts. Curious, Guin asked, is the ghost thief powerful? Of course. Otherwise, how could someone offend so many and steal so many treasures, yet live until today? Yilon replied, rolling her eyes at Guin. True, there was no point in asking her, as she didn't even know what realm lies beyond divinity transformation. Guin chuckled and then asked how her cultivation had been lately, whether she was diligent. Although all lives would part eventually, he hoped the day when he and Yilon parted forever would come later. This question led to a barrage of criticism from Yilon. Yilon thought the same way, wishing for him to cultivate earnestly and extend his lifespan. The two began to argue playfully. After a while, Yilon suddenly asked, Senior brother, do you know the current emperor? Guin raised his eyebrows and asked, Junior sister, why do you ask? The emperor introduced Spring Festival. Starting from this year, it has spread across various states, and the customs are exactly like your Spring Festival, Yilon said gravely. Guin dismissively said, I also heard this from an unknown elder. Besides, the Spring Festival has been celebrated for so many years. It's normal for people to know about it, as its meaning is quite good. Yilon found this reasoning sound but still reminded him, recently, we've received orders from above to gather information about Emperor Li Xiandao and increase the number of disciples sent on missions to Tsangzhou. It looks like there's some interest in the throne from above. What do you mean, the sect wants to seize the throne? Not exactly. The crown prince is a disciple of our sect, but he has been crown prince for a century. Naturally, the sect wants to assist him. Guin couldn't help but look far west to the forest 100 jong away. He saw Yang and I watering the flowers and plants, not sure if she was eavesdropping. They chatted for a while longer. Yilon shut the window, wanting to talk to Guin about other matters, and even acted flirtatiously, but he reprimanded her sternly. Yilon glared at him in shame and anger before leaving. Watching her leave, Guin's thoughts drifted to the North Sea mountains. He needed to visit the book collection hall to find some maps and prepare for his breakthrough. He wondered what the realm above unification was. Guin went downstairs, intending to head toward the transmission array platform, when Yang and I suddenly stopped him and transmitted her voice, saying, "Beware of the Crown Prince. If he learns of your relationship with Leah, he'll come after you and plot against you." Chapter 93. Guin's background. Isn't the Crown Prince very virtuous? Senior brother Li holds him in high regard, indicating they should have a good relationship. Guin asked using the sound transmission skill, his tone puzzled. Yang and I snorted. That's just because Leah is naive. Over the years, the Crown Prince has dispatched many shadow agents to assassinate him. I've blocked one attempt myself. Then why don't you tell Senior Brother Li to be more cautious? It's his father's decision. His father fears that alerting the enemy would provoke the Crown Prince into staging a coup. His father is of mediocre cultivation and no match for the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, it would only be more dangerous for Leah. Yang Nis' answer made Guin want to laugh. Li Xiandao was almost in the void crossing realm, yet he wasn't a match for the Crown Prince. In this way, it seemed Li Xiandao was someone like Guin. To this day, Li Xiandao had never revealed his cultivation level. The only reason Guin knew his true cultivation was because he had opened his golden finger. Understand. He'll be careful of the Crown Prince, Guin replied using the sound transmission skill. Yang and I nodded and no longer stopped him. Watching Guin's departing figure, Yang and I slightly shook her head. Why am I starting to genuinely care about this kid's safety? Ever since Yang and I learned that Guin had Medicine Valley within the intersect, she felt his identity was not simple. At the very least, within the Supreme Sect, he was well taken care of and unlikely to be in danger. Immediately, Yang and I stopped thinking about it. In the next few days, the dusk flower she had planted with her own hands was about to bloom. She very much anticipated the scene when it blossomed. On the other side, Guin arrived at the third Medicine Valley. He walked straight to the Mystic Pure Tree. The Mystic Pure Tree had already grown into a large tree. Its leaves were dense, and the white spirit rat was napping under it. Since the Mystic Pure Tree had shade, it seldom ran around and spent its days sleeping under the tree. Guin did not mind this. On the contrary, he looked forward to it. L.V. Batian once said that the Mystic Pure Tree could not only enhance the spiritual energy of the area, but also improve one's comprehension if one cultivated under it. If the white spirit rat slept under the Mystic Pure Tree all day, would it gain Tao comprehension in its dreams? Let's experiment. If it worked, he would also nap under the tree in the future. Guin took an ancient gold-swallowing insect from the insect bag at his waist and let it fly onto the tree. Then, he found Xiaochuan and instructed him to place 100 pounds of iron or under the tree every month to nourish the ancient gold-swallowing insect. The best thing about Xiaochuan was that he never asked unnecessary questions and agreed to the task directly. After checking the Mystic Pure Tree, Guin moved on to the Human Face Tree and the Purple Mist Bamboo, ensuring that these treasures were growing well. He then began to patrol the Third Medicine Valley. The Third Medicine Valley now cultivated many high-rank medicinal herbs. Last year, when L.V. Batian came to visit, Guin specifically requested an increase in the number of servant disciples. L.V. Batian immediately agreed, raising the number to 300. Even with 300 people, Guin still felt understaffed. But if he wanted to increase the number further, he would need to produce enough yields to prove himself. It wasn't until evening that Gu returned to the loft. Today he had harvested another batch of medicinal herbs, gaining thousands of years of lifespan, bringing him closer to the 1,000,000 mark. A month later, in the morning, after leading the Mystic Valley disciples in exercises, Gu returned to the loft and spread out a map on the table. This map was hand-drawn by a great cultivator of the Supreme Sect, and it even had restrictions. When he extended his divine sense into it, he could see detailed topography, giving him the feel of using a VR map from his previous life. No wonder the map's price reached 5 top-grade spirit stones. It was truly worth the cost. Gu immersed himself in searching for a suitable place for a breakthrough. By noon, someone from Mystic Valley came to visit. Yang and I transmitted a message to Gu. The Crown Prince is here. Handle it yourself. I can't show up. Upon hearing this, Gu slowly put away the map, then got up and walked out of the loft. He came outside and saw a white-clad man holding a folding fan walking towards him. The man had an elegant demeanor, a smiling face, looking every bit like a gentle scholar. Gu cast a lifespan detection. Li Dai, Nascent Soul Realm, First Layer 189/960/1250, no special cultivation techniques. Cultivation level was as it appeared. A nascent soul cultivator under 200 years old, he was indeed a genius. Instead of approaching Gu, Li Dai walked towards Chu Jingfeng, who was inspecting the garden in front of the wooden fence. Chu Jingfeng, long time no see. Li Dai greeted from distance. Chu Jingfeng turned to look and frowned. They met and started to chat, with Li Dai's laughter being very hearty, attracting the attention of other disciples in the valley. In front of Li Dai, Chu Jingfeng appeared very tense. It was mostly Li Dai talking about old times while he nodded along. After chatting for quite a while, Li Dai finally walked towards Gu. He came to the front of the loft and saluted Gu, saying, "My name is Li Dai. I am from Sangzhou. May I ask if you are the Valley Master Gu?" Gu raised his hand in salute. "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Gu. Would you like to come up and talk?" Li Dai smiled and nodded, then went upstairs. The servant disciples became excited, not expecting this person to be the present crown prince. Although they had already joined the Immortal sect, they were still very curious about the current crown prince, wondering why he had come to see the Valley Master. Some of them surrounded Chu Jingfeng, asking how the two knew each other before. Gu and Li Dai chatted for a full hour. When Gu escorted him downstairs, his face was full of smiles. Before parting, Li Dai even held Gu's hand, making Gu feel uncomfortable. "Junior brother Gu, we really hit it off. When I return to the Supreme Sect next time, I must come and chat with you again," Li Dai said with a warm smile, appearing to have no hidden motives. Gu agreed with him, and then watched as he flew out of Mystic Valley. The two had not talked about anything significant. Li Dai seemed to have come just to make friends. They even talked about Li Ye, and Li Dai's words were full of concern. If not for Yang and I's prior warning, Gu would have thought they were really good brothers. Until he left, Li Dai made no demands and did not try to recruit Gu and could sense that a divinity transformation cultivator was hiding in the mountains and forests nearby, likely to protect Li Dai. After leaving Mystic Valley about 10 miles, Li Dai's smile disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. An elderly man in a green robe flew to his side and whispered, "Your Highness, they're the nascent soul cultivator in the valley." "Yes, I already felt it. It's Yang and I. Father has actually sent Yang and I to guard him. This person's relationship is certainly not simple. Look into his background. Find out what his identity really is within the Supreme Sect," Li Dai said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent when he mentioned Yang and I. The elderly man in the green robe asked, "If he has no backers, should we capture him?" "They'll first see the sect leader. The sect leader's attitude is crucial. If the sect leader supports me, then we'll directly eliminate Li Ye and Gu in cutting off father's spies and pawns," Li Dai responded. The two did not know that their conversation was overheard by Gu. In front of Gu, a divinity transformation cultivator was no different from an ant on the roadside. Want to kill me? Interesting, Guin smiled. He did not take it to heart. Even if he stood still without fighting back, Li Dai and the old man in the green robe couldn't kill him. Guin turned and went upstairs. It didn't take long before Yang Ni entered through the window. Yang Ni's face was grim. He probably sensed my presence. It looks like his cultivation technique has reached the transformation realm. Guin asked in confusion, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Of course, my sister's death is related to his mother. How can I not have a grudge? Does Senior Brotherly know about this? No, because it's just suspicion without evidence. This guy came to the Supreme Sect, most likely to seek a relationship with the Venerable Pavilion or the sect leader. His previous supporter, Chu Qianqi, has already fled, so he needs to find new backing. Let him be. Gua took out a book and began reading. Yang and I, standing beside him, asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid he will capture you to scheme against Leia?" "What can I do? I'm not his match. Since His Majesty sent you to watch over me, I cannot refuse. If he wants to kill me, I can't stop him either. It's better to pretend nothing is wrong and enjoy my days in peace," Guin casually responded. His open-minded attitude made Yang and I involuntarily look at him with a bit more admiration. Yang and I assured, "Don't worry, if he really wants to take action against you, I will definitely protect you. Just don't run around recklessly." Guin was too fond of running around, sometimes going to the Outer Gate City and sometimes to his inner sect Medicine Valley, both places she dared not intrude. "Thank you for your protection, Senior. Don't worry, under the Supreme Sect's watch, he shouldn't dare act recklessly." Guin smiled at Yang and I. Yang and I nodded and left without saying more. Guin sensed her entering the forest to practice cultivation. It seemed she was under a lot of pressure. During her many years in Mystic Valley, she only practiced cultivation in the dead of night. Guin also wanted to become stronger. He pulled up his attribute panel and smiled at the lifespan figure. Almost there, in a residence surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, where trees were full of brightly colored flowers, a small stream encircled the pavilion. LV Baitian and Li Dai sat opposite each other in the pavilion. Li Dai picked up a wine jug and poured wine for LV Baitian. "Being the crown prince for 100 years must have been tough on you. Some voices from the populace have reached my ears over the years," LV Baitian said casually as he took the wine cup. Li Dai sighed. "Father actually did quite well. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak to suppress the prefects and aristocratic families. Under the prosperous exterior of the Taitsong dynasty, suffering and darkness are hidden. I want to make life better for the people. My mother's family has already promised to fully support me." LV Baitian looked at the small stream beside him without staring at Li Dai. He said indifferently, "Who becomes the emperor doesn't matter to the Supreme Sect. What matters is that they must live up to the Supreme Sect's trust." Li Dai hastily guaranteed, "The Supreme Sect is the orthodox sect of the world. If I become the emperor, the Supreme Sect can oversee my actions. Tell your men to stop investigating Guin. No matter how your imperial family fights, do not involve Guin," LV Baitian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Dai's face changed dramatically. At this moment, Li Dai thought of many possibilities. He cautiously asked, "Which family does Guin come from?" Guin's cultivation was too low, leading him to subconsciously think he belonged to a certain family, but had modest qualifications, thus coming to the Supreme Sect to spend his life in peace. He has no family background. His only background is me. Is that enough? LV Baitian said this while looking at Li Dai, startling him into a cold sweat. "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.